Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. No? It's working? No? Hello? 1, 2, 3. Yeah? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. If I can ask you all to make your way in, take a seat. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. If I can ask you to come in, take your seats. We're going to get going as soon as we can. Please make your way in, take your seats. We're going to try and keep everything on time, so the quicker we can get moving, the better. Thank you. Pop that thing out of my pocket there. Please come in, please make your way in and take your seats. We're going to get going as soon as we can. Please make your way down. There's some seats down here. There's some more seats down at the front here if you're looking. Just give everyone a couple of moments to make their way in from the back. Yeah, keep coming, keep coming. Okay. Please come in, take some seats. We'll get going now. Okay. Yeah, there's some seats down at the front on this side. Wonderful. Hello, good afternoon. There we go. Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Forever Green annual conference, New Horizons for Fibre-Based Packaging Circularity. My name is Jack Parrock. I'm a Brussels-based journalist and conference host. And my job is to guide this afternoon through our panels, through our sessions, try and keep everything on time, try and keep it lively, engaged, and interesting. I'm super honored to have been asked along to come and host this afternoon, and I hope that we can all have an interesting, informative discussion that we can take things away from here today. So, thank you to everyone joining us in the room. I hope you've had a nice bit of lunch. I know some of you have been in this room already this morning. Welcome to everybody who's also joining us online as well. We're hoping that we're going to be able to get some interaction from you. There's going to be some tools that we can use, some engagement throughout the afternoon. I'll explain that shortly in a quick moment. We're here to focus on how fibre-based packaging with Forever Green's value chain approach to circularity can continue to support the EU's green transition and circular economy goals. We'll explore the uptake of Forever Green's knowledge, tools, and guidelines and how they can boost the recycling rate of fibre-based packaging and contribute to key legislation on packaging recyclability standards. We're delighted to have so many of you here with us today who are, big players in this industry, in this sector as well. So it's going to be really interesting. If you are posting online about the proceedings of the event, you can use a hashtag which is on the screens here, New Horizons for Packaging. That will also allow the team that have done so much great work in putting together this event to see what's being posted. And you can also follow the socials channels, which will also be useful for future engagement with Forever Green. Some of you might have just heard the bell that I rung, a little tool. Very much enjoyed that. That bell will mean that the sessions are changing, so please be aware when we're changing, we're trying to keep things on time. There will be some movement. Please move relatively quickly. As promised, one of the things that we're going to have is some interaction throughout the panels, and we're going to use, and the whole program, we're going to use the Slido tool. Put your hands up if you've used Slido before. Okay. Broadly in eventing, people know what that is. We're going to all get our devices out, whether that's a pad or a mobile phone. You can get the QR code there. There are some screens to the side. If you can't get the QR code, you can go to slido.com. I always feel like I've got a duck when everyone's putting their phones up. You can go to slido.com and then use the hashtag 1687513. It will take you onto a page, and we're going to launch now our first Slido poll once you get on there. But also for people online as well, just for you to be able to know, you can use the Q&A to ask questions during our sessions as well. So that's a tool. We can also do that in the room, but we will have an opportunity to use Slido for that. So the question that we've launched is, what's your main goal for attending this conference? Conferences are networking opportunities, as we know. So we'll let that run for a little bit. As it runs, as that's being answered, I'll just give you a quick rundown of the afternoon. We're going to have a couple of opening speeches here on the stage. Then we will have a panel looking at the value chain of fibre-based packaging. We'll have a quick coffee break. Then we will have some breakout sessions. I'll direct you towards them. Then we're going to come back and have another panel here on the stage, which is about a cross-industry approach to sustainability. And then we're going to have a wonderful moment where we hand out awards for best practices. That's going to be great to the people that have submitted their projects and their products. And then we'll have a quick closing speech and a networking cocktail. Okay, so here we go. So this is an interesting poll. Discuss the latest policy developments impacting fibre-based packaging sector. That's what we're going to do. I'm glad that you guys have come for that. Networking, that's a great opportunity, and we have coffees and drinks to do that, and gain insights into new packaging trends. Wonderful. Please feel free to continue to fill that in. The Slido polls sort of stay live as we go through the event. Okay, that's enough from me. To launch our afternoon, to launch our annual conference, Sarah Price, the Forever Green chair, is going to give us an opening speech. Sarah, it's wonderful. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Jack. And good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's an absolute pleasure to see so many faces in the room, some familiar, some new, but also welcome to those online. We don't see your face, but we know you're here with us. This year we gather under the theme New Horizons for Fibre-Based Packaging Circularity, a theme that encapsulates our ongoing journey and further aspirations towards circularity. Fifth edition of this event, which is another exciting milestone for Forever Green. So very warm welcome. As we embark on today's discussion, I want to take a moment to reflect on the remarkable journey of Forever Green thus far. From our inception, we've been driven by a shared vision. We all know it. To perfect circularity of fibre-based packaging and contribute to a sustainable society. So our alliance, which began with a handful of committed members, has grown into a robust network of over 110 members today. And these members represent, as we know, the entire value chain. So our journey as Forever Green began in 2019, which was a really pivotal year when the European Green Deal was unveiled. And this alignment with the EU's ambitious environmental goals provided a strong foundation for Forever Green's mission. And over the past 5 years, we have achieved significant milestones, from the development of our first deliverables to the impactful collaborations that have shaped our progress. So one of the strengths of the Forever Green Alliance lies in our cross-industry cooperation. And this collaborative spirit that we see today and feel today has been instrumental in developing our science-based approach, ensuring that our guidelines and protocols are both practical and innovative. One of our first major deliverables, the recyclability evaluation protocol, was a testament to this collaborative effort. Released in December 2022, it provided a harmonized method to assess recyclability of fiber-based packaging. This was followed by the Circularity by Design guideline, which has recently been updated just a few weeks ago. Version 3 was released on October 21st. And looking ahead, next week, we will launch the latest version, the Guidance on Improved Collection and Sorting, also into its version 3, to the public. This guidance addresses the critical need for efficient collection and sorting systems, which are essential for achieving our target of 90% recycling rate by 2030. So I have been deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve as co-chair and chair of Forever Green over the last 2 years. It's been a privilege to work alongside such dedicated and passionate individuals. The progress we have made and continue to make is really testament to the collective effort and commitment of everyone involved. And as we celebrate these achievements, we must look to the future. The horizon for Forever Green is filled with opportunities and challenges. We're committed to expanding our impact, fostering even greater collaboration, and driving innovation in fiber-based packaging. Our goal is not just to meet the current standards, but to help set new benchmarks for sustainability and circularity. Today's agenda reflects our commitment to these goals. We will begin with a panel discussion on connecting the value chain to perfect fiber-based packaging circularity, followed by rotating breakout sessions where we'll each get to go into smaller groups that delve into our various work streams and working groups. And afterwards, we'll explore cross-industry approach and new horizons for sustainability in our last panel discussion. Finally, we will celebrate circularity success stories of 2024, showcasing breakthrough projects that exemplify our mission. So to conclude, I would like to express my gratitude to our members, partners, stakeholders, participants today. Your dedication and hard work have been the driving force behind our achievements. And as we navigate the path ahead, let us continue to inspire and support each other, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. So thank you for your commitment to our shared vision, and I very much look forward to the insightful discussions today that unfold during this conference. So thank you very much. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you so much, Sarah. So I'm going to ask my panelists for the first panel to come up, and as they are doing so, we're going to launch the second of our Slido polls. So you can get your device out. Please come and make your way onto the stage. You can get your devices out, and the question here is, what sector do you represent? I'll ask you to come in. I can't. So the question is, what sector do you represent? The people online can also. Yeah, if I ask you to say that, yeah, that's wonderful. And this is not a multiple choice set of answers. So if you hadn't got on yet, you can use the QR code, or you can use the number in the hashtag there, which will give you. It's really good for the team here to be able to understand where everyone's coming from and where they're looking. Pulp and paper, you would expect. Fiber packaging, paperboard, feels like sectors that we would expect. I'll let that continue. We'll just leave it for a second as we continue. Let it go. It's interesting. Okay, we'll leave it up. If you're still typing in, type in. It's going to give us a broader picture. We'll maybe bring it up a little bit later. There's someone I'm looking for in our audience. I'm not sure if I can look at the back. Okay. Okay, so let's get on with our first panel. Wonderful to have you all up here. We are just missing someone. If they arrive shortly, we will bring them up and we will let them have a bit of a do their discussion up there. So this panel is about connecting the value chain to perfect fiber-based packaging circularity. the goal for sure, but certainly a mission that everybody has to aim towards. To discuss this, I have Patrice Audebert, who is from the European Parliament, a former Chief of Staff for the MEP Federica Ries, who was the rapporteur on the legislation, the packaging and packaging waste regulation, which is something that we are going to talk about. Maybe worth me saying that the acronym, in case anyone doesn't know, PPWR, will be used pretty regularly throughout this discussion. We have Gilles Swingado, who's the chairman of the TC 261 SC4 Packaging and Environment in CSENELEC, the European Committee for Standardization. Wonderful that you're here with us. We have Adli Manseri, who's from the Belgian Permanent Representation to the European Union, a Councillor for the Environment, and obviously a key partner in discussing and dealing with that piece of legislation that went through. We have Caroline Ploux, who is a Senior Public Affairs Manager for Europe at Mars. And last but not least, on the end, we have Davide Braglioli, who is the Workstream 2 co-lead for Forever Green and a Packaging Solutions Director at Tetra Pak. Okay. Maya has... So, you're going to come straight up onto the stage if you don't, if you don't mind. Hello, Maya. Wonderful to meet you. I'm going to ask you to come straight up. It just fits the order for us. No, you made it just in time, just as we were going. Our panelists were introduced. So this is Maya Desgray Delou, who is a policy officer on the PPWR at DG Environment of the European Commission. And she's going to give us a sort of 10-minute outline of what has happened. So, Maya, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting the Commission and me for this event. Very honored and sorry for being a little bit late for the tension. So indeed, I'm the policy officer who is a bit at the origin of this packaging regulation that everybody is now talking about, and which I understand you will be also discussing today in the afternoon in the panels. I would just maybe like to explain a little bit where we are coming from and where we are today, the state of play as regards the adoption of this piece of European legislation, which is going to, of course, impact the entire European industry. First of all, the European legislation on packaging exists already. We have a directive since 1994, which is a good directive. It works very well. However, it does have certain deficiencies, and we wanted to address them by proposing a new regulation. Namely, we have realized that this directive was not implemented in all the member states the way it should be. Some have introduced their national provisions on labeling, on, let's say, the requirements, how packaging should be designed in order to benefit from different EPR fees and so on. So this created barriers to the internal market, and nobody wants to have barriers related to packaging because it really impacts the flow of all goods and services in the European Union and from outside. So this was an important point of start for us. We also saw that there was an issue with circularity of packaging. Packaging was not designed in such a way that it could be reused or recycled over and over again. There is a problem with packaging design for recycling for some materials in particular, and also with the reuse of these materials that we are putting in packaging, sometimes linked to the substances that we are putting in these materials, which are hazardous maybe. So we want to increase the circularity of packaging materials, which presents a particular challenge, in particular for plastics. And we also noticed that there is more and more packaging. Packaging is growing, no matter how hard we are trying, no matter that we had this objective already in the current legislation on packaging to minimize the packaging materials, the quantity of packaging waste. It didn't work. Packaging was growing more than our GDP or our population. We use it more and more. So these are the challenges that we wanted to address with this regulation. So to reduce the generation of packaging waste, to promote the circular economy, recycled content and so on, and to prevent or reduce the barriers in the internal market. So for this reason, we also decided to switch from the legal format of a directive, which member states have to transpose into legislation, international legislation. It takes usually some time. There are usually some mistakes happening. We have to intervene. We have to tell them, well, where are you with this? And are you coming up with your legislation? And sometimes we have to launch infringement procedures. It's all very cumbersome and it doesn't work very well. So we decided to switch to a regulation, but keeping the internal market legal basis. This will put everybody on the same level playing field, all the economic operators, those working and operating within the EU, but also those importing to the EU, and it will create efficiency gains for everybody. So in the end, we proposed the packaging regulation 2 years ago. It was in November 2022 that the Commission adopted the proposal, and then the negotiations started in the Council and in the European Parliament, first in the Council. Very intensive negotiations. We had many working parties, and Adli here can confirm this and talk more about that. Also, so the Council adopted the general approach approximately 1 year later after the proposal of the Commission, the Parliament more or less at the same time, and then we had still many political and technical meetings, which ended up in the provisional adoption of the regulation in April this year. Now, it was provisionally adopted before the Parliament receded, and it's a bit of an unfortunate situation because normally we would have to have this legal revision of the text and then final adoption, but now we had the provisional adoption and then the legal revision by the lawyer linguist, which lasted for quite many months. It is only ending now. So since this legal revision is now over, we expect that the Parliament, now that it is also constituted, the new Parliament will finally adopt the text. We expect that this will happen soon, still this month, towards the end of the month. There are dates circulating, 21st for ENVI committee, 22nd for the plenary vote, and then we expect a soon adoption by the Council, the final adoption, and then the entry into force. Now, it will enter into force, if everything goes as expected, soon at the start of January or mid-January, and then still 18 months will have to we need still 18 months for the applicability to start of this regulation. So there's 18 months kind of time for everybody to adapt, to get used to this text. However, for many of the key provisions, the actual implementation is linked to the adoption of the secondary legislation by the Commission. For many of these implementing acts, we have a strict deadline, but it's still a long deadline compared to when the regulation will actually be adopted. So many of these obligations, like the recyclability, for example, will actually enter into force by 2030 or a certain time after the adoption of the Commission implementing or delegated act, which we hope we will adopt everything in time and so that all the provisions will enter into force as envisaged by 2030. So yes, we will have a lot of work in the Commission in terms of implementation. We have approximately 20, but actually in reality even more, implementing or delegated acts to adopt in the coming 5 years. And some of these acts are very technical and will require a lot of cooperation also from you, from industry, from other stakeholders. We intend to continue having a very open approach in these regards, be it in the context of the studies that we will be launching for the purpose of some of these acts, be it in the context of the expert group that we are now constituting with representatives of European associations of industry, where member states and industry is going to be meeting together and discussing this implementing legislation together with us before it is actually being adopted. And here, of course, one of the main pieces of this legislation will be the delegated text on the design for recycling. I know that the paper industry is already working on this among yourself, but how this is going to be working is that we will, of course, take whatever you are preparing in the context. It is going to be the source of, let's say, inspiration and further work inside CEN and CENELEC, so the standardization body, with whom we are now discussing the cooperation for the future standards. And then these standards will be the basis for the delegated acts on the design for recycling that we need to adopt by end of 2027. So the time is really short, and it's very important that everybody is aware of that and that we step together and work together in this very short time limit that we have. Thank you very much. I wish you a good discussion. I don't know if it seemed visible. Did I answer any questions or?
No, I think that was wonderful. We're very grateful that you came and give us the outline there, Maya. Especially jumping on the stage straight from
my
the
bike.
There we go.
Thank you.
It was really wonderful. Thank you so much. Cheers now. Okay, so now we have a bit of the outline, a bit of a rundown of what happened and where we've come to. I'd like to come to you, Patrice. You were in the European Parliament, very, very central in these negotiations and discussions, and we've heard about the role of the Parliament. What were the priorities for you and for the Parliament, and what are the achievements that have come out of this?
If I may, Jack, let me start to warmly thank Forever Green Alliance for giving me the opportunity to give some insight regarding the PPWR on the EP side. I will be very clear. 28 years of career within the European Parliament, I recently left, and it was definitely the most complicated negotiation I have had to conduct during this more than 2 decades. So basically there were two main reasons. Big ambitious, big scale, not only the comprehensive aspect, but also the most ambitious provision within the original proposal of the Commission, on the very tight schedule we have to face with, because basically we have only 14 months, and of course it was very quick in the last period of negotiation during the trilogue, thanks to the Belgian presidency and Adli. We basically share the same means and goals, but we have to consider that it was more a sprint race than a marathon. 14 months to, negotiating with all political groups, voted in different committees, adoption in committee in October, in Environment Committee, adoption in plenary the following month. So basically we are first birthday of the adoption in plenary, and entering into the negotiation as I mentioned before. Now on the EP side, the issue was so tricky with a huge gap between different political position and approaches that I will answer quite quickly that the main priorities was to deliver and finalize the deal with the Belgian presidency before the end of the legislature.
I mean, and this was the pressure. There was a lot of pressure on it. The Belgian presidency wanted to put this through Adli as well and worked very hard to do so. I wonder whether it should, if you just hold it in, it should work. Yeah, I think we don't need to touch any buttons. Can you explain a little bit what the thinking behind the Belgian presidency was, how that went from the council side, whether this speed meant that things, I mean, were overcomplicated or oversimplified, perhaps?
Thank you, Jack. First of all, thank you for inviting me to discuss this real and very difficult, complex legislation to implement. So I'm pretty sure that this is a timely discussion that we had, because the implementation will be key to be a successful legislation, because everybody around the world is looking at us what it is behind circularity. And I'm very glad, Patrice, that you said that after your long career and a lot of experience in the EP, that was the most difficult file, because it was my feeling, so you can see that I'm very young, and still to discuss the packaging and packaging waste regulation was a nightmare at the very beginning. So the Belgian presidency, what was the goal? We had a lot of member states, 26, around the table, and we made sure that everybody around the table was still in the process with us, supporting us. And with that approach, we have succeeded in to have a full unanimity of the member states supporting the text as it was proposed and with the political agreement. I think that the most difficult thing, Maya just said, we want the full harmonization. That was something very supportive by a lot of member states, but still, you had a directive for 20 years. You have different implementation in different national system, even local system. So a lot of investments made with strategic choice. And so now we went with a proposal and saying to everyone around the table, come on guys, we will have a full harmonization on both sides. First, the product norms, but also regarding the waste management aspects. That was the most difficult aspect of the negotiation. How to deal with the background of the Waste Framework Directive behind to create a full harmonization of all aspects regarding the waste management, but also regarding the product norms. When you are trying to push or to avoid some kind of packaging, such as some plastic packaging, or even some biodegradable packaging, but you have some member states who have invested a lot on those infrastructure to deal with the waste of biodegradable packaging. You cannot say, we will cease with that right now, because the European Commission has decided. So now I think that when we stand back a little bit, the most appropriate question that we have to face, notably ahead of the discussion on the new Circular Economy Act, but also regarding the revision of the Waste Framework Directive, is the full harmonization really the objective that we want to achieve? Is it really simpler for everybody around the table to have a full harmonization of those rules? If yes, we have to discuss it ahead of all the negotiations. Otherwise, we will have the same discussions around the table regarding the packaging and packaging waste regulation. And my last word, I think that the good cooperation and the strong support of the European Parliament in this process was key to have a successful negotiation. Otherwise, that would create a lot of discussion and still not having a packaging waste regulation on the table right now. And my last word regarding the regulation, indeed, we don't have a full harmonization. We have still a lot of flexibility in the text, but I think this is the first stone to a full harmonization. And we have created something in the Council who says that maybe we have to go through and towards the full harmonization still. Step by step, storm by storm.
Gilles, let's come down to you. Reminder for everyone to bring the microphone up. Perhaps hold it as close to your mouth as you can as well. I mean, harmonization and standard, this is fully in what you're having to do now, to look at this and work out how it's implemented. Perhaps you can give us an outline of Sensenelec's outlook, feelings, views, and the work that's going to need to be done.
Yeah, so first, thank you for inviting me. The chairman of my section in Seine is a free job, by the way. It's something that I'm doing, it's a hobby. I have a real job in real life, in fact. Just to, for everyone to understand, I'm not a professional of standardization, but I try to help standardization as much as I can when it deals with environment and packaging. And I'm a true believer of harmonization. I'm in the packaging industry for more than 30 years now, and we face issues with non-harmonized standard everywhere, standard or legislation, by the way, everywhere, and we need that because we need to have a systemic change if we want to make circularity real and at scale. And that's really important. And for that, we need harmonization and along the entire value chain. So we speak about brand owners, packaging manufacturers, material manufacturers, recyclers, and everyone. And it's absolutely critical. That was my first thought. In the context of PPWR, I think we have the PPWR laid down the basic principle of circularity, and in particular, the basic principles of recyclability, for example. And if you read the PPWR, which is one of the longest documents I have ever seen also, 361 pages, I think, the last version. So if you go to Article 6, which deals with recyclability, it is clearly stated, I try to find my notes, that the European Commission, by January 2028, after taking into consideration standards developed by European Standard Organization, adopt delegated act. So you have two things important here, and Maya said it already. Recyclability principles will come with a delegated act. Delegated act that should be adopted 1st of January 2028 at the latest. Now, if we postpone the entry in force of the PPWR, it might be postponed a little bit. But this is in principle what we try to reach. For that, they will rely a lot on the same standards. And this is really important to understand that. Now, SEN is a very well process-oriented organization. It takes roughly 3 years, for your information, to build a standard, to go from the ID to the implementation or the publishing of the standard. And we have roughly 6 main steps to make it happen, in fact. And if you look at that, if you look at what Maya said, 1st of January 28, delegated act adopted, which means that I believe we need at least 1 year to organize everything. That means that at the latest, the standard should be ready for 1st of January 2027. It's very, very short for us. It's too short, obviously. I told you 3 years, we will have only 2 years. But we can still make it. And this is what is important. For the first time, or for at least this time, we have a way to influence what will happen at the Delegated Act, thanks to the standardization. And I really encourage as many people as we can to participate to the elaboration of those standards. We will start very soon. It has already been started a little bit at the SEN level, but it will be officially launched probably within the next weeks. And then we will have hard work, a little bit like what was mentioned before. We will have also to run a marathon, but very, very fast, and to achieve that. And that was my main message today.
Yeah, so lots of work to be done, and companies like yours, Caroline, you're looking at this regulation, but also looking at how, you have a business idea to run, essentially. What does Mars do with its progression towards fibre-based packaging, and how does that work within the Forever Green sort of structures? How does it fit for you in this world?
Thanks, Jack. And I think, so I work for Mars, who, makes confectionery and pet food products. So for us, when we think about packaging, first and foremost, even before speaking about circularity, we think about the quality of the products. Is my packaging, ensuring I have like the shelf life I need? Am I protecting my product from oxidation and getting the quality? This is important, I think, to keep in mind, because that's why traditionally and historically you would have seen some of our products already in fiber-based packaging. So for instance, you take the dry rice of Ben's Original. This is a Mars brand which is already in carton. But also that's the reason why traditionally we've been more using flexible plastic packaging, because they were meeting those criteria. Now, what's happening since a couple of years, and even before PPWR, which I think was a good thing, is that there has been a recognition that circularity does matter, recyclability does matter, and PPWR will only accelerate this, which is a really good thing, and will harmonize this across Europe, which again is a really, really good thing. And that's in that context that obviously we're working on making our packaging recyclable. And so we're looking obviously at the packaging we have today, the flexible plastics one, but also we're trialing fiber-based packaging. And so we're looking at it because fiber-based packaging we know have good recyclability, KPIs. Now it needs to match the other ones, again, back to the protection of the product itself. So we've been trialing, for instance, on our Mars bar. We've been trialing on some a product maybe some of you know in the UK, which is cat food Love Bug. So we're really trialing this. And where Forever Green comes into the picture is because in the past there was no PPWR, there was absolutely this need to agree on what do we mean when we speak about a recyclable fiber-based packaging. And so I think Sarah highlighted it, 110 companies, I think that was the number, working together to basically agree on what is, in the absence of a standard, a fiber-based packaging which is recyclable, what is a protocol which is robust enough to assess this recyclability. And so that's typically what we're using, for instance, when our R&D employees work on new packaging, they would use this protocol to check, is this packaging, which is often composite, does it pass the test of repulpability, and is it recyclable effectively? Now, though, I think we speak about harmonization, and this will be really, really important to land into the legislation. And Gilles, I think it's really good to see you here, because Forever Green working with Sen will be, or Sen, looking at the Forever Green work will be very important for that matter. But maybe just to share another type of pain point that we're facing, as a manufacturer when we release fiber-based packaging. So, for instance, today we had a trial with the Ballisto, you might know this brand, in Germany in a fiber-based packaging, and the question mark was, will it ever end in the paper waste stream? Because in Germany you have this rule of having 5% as the rule for a composite. And I'm just giving the example of Germany, but it's just to illustrate that in different countries across Europe, the definition of what is accepted in the paper waste stream is a problem. So even though we can demonstrate with the Forever Green protocol that our packaging is repulpable, there are certain countries where it's not accepted in the paper waste stream, and it means it has 0 chances of being recyclable. So again, harmonization, not only on the design, but also on where is it collected, is absolutely fundamental.
Yeah. Really, and it's a single market at the end of the day. Davide, I'll come down to you. What are some of the key initiatives? Obviously, you work on Workstream 2 in Forever Green. What are some of the key initiatives you're working on? Perhaps you can make a comment about the PPWR as well. And it's all about achieving the 90% recycling goal of fiber-based packaging for 2030. I wonder if you can explain how that fits in with what we've been discussing so far.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, as you said, I'm co-leading a Workstream 2 in Forever Green, and I was taking note about some of the keywords everyone was saying, and I would like to repeat a bit the point on the harmonization point, because it's a fantastic word, and I think it can have several degrees of complexity when you want really to execute on harmonization. And I believe that Forever Green is a perfect example on how from, I wouldn't say from zero, but from a very diverse pattern that we have in all the 26, 27, once upon a time 28 markets in Europe, we started to talk all together. More than 110 companies gathered around the same table. And in Workstream 2, which is the one that has just delivered the design for circularity guidelines, we had fantastic examples of how to find an agreement to harmonize the approach across different companies, different players in different steps of the value chain in different markets. So this first exercise of harmonization has been started there. More than 3 years ago, I would say almost 4 years ago now, I don't remember exactly the day when we started, but when we started we said, okay, we need to start building a recyclability evaluation protocol. So there was already a vision on what was needed. Then we said, okay, we need to start building a design for circularity guideline, so give the designers the possibility to design according a common tool across all the markets. And then we need a design for collection and recycling. So basically, we took the holistic approach on the waste value chain of paper-based packaging, and we started to work on these 3 key deliverables, I would say. And we actually delivered. We were just joking before before starting and saying, if we look back where we were 3 years ago, we said, okay, we need to be with this document in 3 years, in 2 years and a half, and now actually we are there. So I think that hearing what everyone was saying here, Forever Green is a perfect example, is a fantastic basis, it's an unprecedented effort of the industry in harmonizing what was available and putting on the same table, the knowledge, the competence, the experience to serve the next steps to deliver circularity and reach the fantastic 90% recycling target.
But there's a lot of work to go. And I'm going to come to you, Adli, actually, now. You were obviously there involved in the negotiations in getting this done. And now the Belgian government has to also be one of the member states that looks at implementation. What is your sort of outlook on implementation? What does a member state like the Belgian government do? And how can you learn from what Forever Green's doing, what the work of Davide is putting together?
So I think that first I have to highlight the fact that because I'm facing a lot of questions raised by my experts every day regarding the process at European Union, this is very new for them also. Yeah. This is a game changer also for the competent authorities. And I would say,
hold your microphone.
Okay, sorry. More difficult even for Belgium, which is a federal state. So we have the federal states and the 3 regions with different competencies. The 3 regions for the production, also for the use, but also for the management of the waste, where the federal state is only for the product norms. So we have to reunite it, everybody around the table, to be sure that everybody has his words to be heard. We would like also to have, Maya just said that, the timeline will be very tight. Also for the competent authorities. We have to coordinate the national position to be sure also that the national interests are taken into account and that will be heard also at the Commission level. So all of this will be very difficult to create because when you are coming from a directive, this is another kind of job that we are making. Now with the regulation, we don't have to transpose the regulation, we have to be sure that we are implementing it correctly, rightly. We have to change also all the national legislation. So a lot of work is already ongoing. And I'm very glad to see that this is the same kind of work that the private sector is already going in parallel. And finally, I think that during the negotiations and also the meetings at the expert group level, so during the Commission, we will have something very new. We will have economic operators around the table, but also the competent authorities, the member states will be represented, and all those members, experts of the Commission. So we will have a strong commitment of everybody without any real labels to go towards circularity, full recyclability, and also reuse of packaging. And I think this is something very new in the process, and that will enhance maybe the cooperation, but also the exchange of best practices, something that was a little bit lacking. During the negotiation, I was amazed to see that the experts at national level do not know each other. And I think that with this kind of expert group of the Commission, that would create some mobilization of all these expert network at the European level, but also some good cooperation between the experts at the national level and the industries. At least this is my wish.
Yeah, I mean, that would be wonderful. I think most people in this room would be keen on that. Patrice, I'll come back to you. It's so interesting what you said, this being like the most complex in your career in the European Parliament. But I mean, this is to do something good. There are opportunities. The implementation can provide good opportunities. I wonder what you can tell us about how it was shaped in the negotiations to allow for the success and for connection with the industry.
Thanks, Jacques. Basically, it was, we have to, on the EP side, as I mentioned before, it was very divided. There was an Italian touch with many MEPs, Italian MEPs, key players in the process. And so we have to come to at least I would say a united delegation when they were represented in the European Parliament. So regarding the implementation, I will say there was you're talking about implementation or derogation or whatever, flexibility.
Derogated acts are going to be a big issue going forward.
Yeah, yeah, but to be crystal clear, it was not in the mind of the MEPs who negotiating the text. Basically, what was the most important, as I mentioned, it was to find room for compromises, considering the different approaches and conviction and position within European Parliament, the European Parliament delegation. So that's why now you have, I mentioned with different stakeholders just before the starting of our panel, it is like a cheesecake legislation, because basically you have 12 delegated acts to come with, 12 implementing acts, 15 report on assessment, on a lot of harmonization on standards to be put in place by SEN. But it was the price to pay to have this comprehensive legal framework on which I mean the main stakeholders can work with, and of course Forever Green individual members are already on the track to deliver. I mentioned the famous recycling target of the Article 52, because your main goal is to achieve for 2030 90%. But there is also in each sensitive article pass for derogation, for flexibility, either for economic operators or either for member states. For e.g., when I mentioned the recycling target of respectively 75 and 85, there is also room for member states to postpone the deadline set up for the achievement of this target. So if at one moment there is for different economic reason, or because there is a huge pressure coming from complicated trade negotiation or competition, you know what's happened now in the world is quite obvious that will have consequences at the European level too. So basically, I have the feeling that the new European Parliament will be more keen to adopt the pro-business, I would say, position that it was in the precedent legislature.
Yeah. I daren't mention what happened in the last 24 hours, because that will also change the way trade is looked at within the European Union. I'm going to come to you, actually, Caroline. Perhaps you can talk a little bit, you touched on it a little bit, the pain points that exist for a company like yours, but how can EU regulation help you? When you hear derogated acts, implementing acts, all of this stuff, what do you look at? How do you look at this and see how it can actually help you to be clear and help you to increase your circularity?
Well, actually, when I hear that member states have more flexibility, it does make me nervous, specifically because recyclability at scale will be on economic operators. So we will need to demonstrate our packaging are recyclable at scale, and we're dependent on the investment from member states on there. But beyond this point, I think, what's coming with the packaging and packaging waste regulation will already help a lot when it comes to harmonization. I'm not going to expand on design for recycling. We spoke about it, but definitely, when you're a business like ours, 24 factories in the EU which are exporting across the single market, this is paramount. We're not producing just for one country. This is absolutely paramount. We touched upon, for fiber-based packaging, the question mark of which waste stream it's going to. This is also very important, because if I design my packaging, it's absolutely recyclable, but it's not going into the right waste stream, it won't be recycled in practice, which is problematic. Now, the third point I wanted to speak about as well, as part of, and it's part of the PPWR, but I think it's subject to interpretation, it's separate collection. So when we speak about fiber-based packaging, today there is different collection ways. You were describing it very well, Adli, depending on the member states. And actually something we're calling for is to have separate collection of paper versus plastics. And actually I saw a very good example of it no later than 2 weeks ago. We went to visit like a recycling center for plastic packaging here in Belgium, and they were receiving bales coming from France, where you have paper and plastic collected all together. And it was quite interesting that actually the recycler was saying, in those bales there are 5 to 10% paper packaging. So that's a problem for the plastic recycler, but that also means that this 5 to 10% paper won't be recycled because it's not been through the paper stream. So this separate collection will be very, very important. And again, appreciate that there are differences between member states, but this is one where, for instance, in France, it's not happening today, and we think it's harming the recyclability.
Yeah, this leads well on to speaking to you, Gilles, about where the biggest needs for standardization are. Talked about a bit about what Caroline, but perhaps from your perspective, you can give us an insight into where the priority needs for standardization will lie.
Yes, it's a difficult question, but anyway, well, design for recycling is something that everybody is working on now. Keep in mind that there is 38 design for recycling guidelines today, and this is in the GRC report that was published beginning of this year. If we speak 5 materials in Europe, they have listed at least 38 design for recycling guidelines. So that's why we think that we are harmonized, but we are not yet enough harmonized. That's important. Then, to go back to what Caroline was saying, I think there are 2 things that are very difficult for us as an industry, because it relies a lot on member states. This is collection and sorting. And don't forget sorting, because for household packaging, most of them will be sorted into sorting facilities. And again, if you have a collection that can avoid these sorting facilities, fine. But you will get what you will get, and maybe it's not properly sorted anyway. But even if it is collected and it goes to sorting facilities, the big issue today is the difference between plastic packaging and paper-based packaging. You look at one face, it looks like paper. You look at the other face, it could be like plastic. So in which stream it goes? So this is where we have to also spend a lot of effort. And you have 120 sorting facilities in France, just for your information. I think we have 6 in Belgium. It just shows you the gap between 2 countries, which are normally not too bad, but still a huge gap. And for me, one of the key topics will be sorting, because the rest will be probably taken, well, the design for recycling will be okay. Design for sorting will be critical. And how we can harmonize sorting facilities around Europe, and collection, which is also something critical. And I truly believe that for paper, we should have a separate collection, not like in France, I would say, today.
Can I stay with you just for a second? And you actually said around the world there. And how does this fit related to sort of how Europe looks at this towards perhaps outside of the EU's borders? Is it a priority that we're that we harmonize in our own way? I mean, how do you look at that when you're creating these standardization ideas?
Well, you have ISO at the global level, in fact. So there is harmonization or standardization at global level with the ISO. CEN is purely European, and then you have the national bodies. And ISO is already standardizing a lot of things. I really believe that the big difference is that in Europe now we have the PPWR that really sets the basic principle of circularity, in fact. And then we have to make it happen. All of us, we will have to make it happen. And this is what will be difficult again. Huh? This is the systemic change, the holistic view. If you take everything apart separately, it will never work. So we need a lot of collaboration. And we need to put on the table, around the table, a lot of different organizations, including member states that will provide part of the solution. The at scale, I view it like that. The recycling at scale, it's not necessarily our issue in the room. This is the issue of member states. How they are going to provide the good infrastructure for collection and for sorting. Recycling, it won't be an issue. If it makes sense, we will find people to do it. No issue with that. But collection and sorting, this is more in the hands of the member state than in our hands, in fact.
Davide, we've heard a little bit already. Gilles mentioned it a bit earlier about the sort of time frames of implementation and the stuff that needs to happen. We've heard about where that lands. How long is it going to take the industry to adapt? How long is it going to, how quickly are companies moving?
Yeah, this is a very important point in my personal view, but I also think that my personal view corresponds with my company view. I come from Tetra Pak, but also how we have seen things happening and discussion in Forever Green. About this, I was taking notes about, I don't remember, sorry, if he said, who said this word, probably you, it was about a marathon. You said, we are in a marathon and we need to run very fast. And I found this, saying interesting because, yeah, I mean, we all believe we are in a marathon, but we also know that a marathon has to be run according to a certain schedule and running pace. Otherwise, unlikely we will arrive to the end of the marathon in a good shape still. So this is linked a bit to the point about timing. I mean, what we really like about the PPWR is about the timing and the indications which are quite clear for, let's call it the short term, so for what is the next years. So 18 months, we know 2028, we know Design for Recycling Secondary Legislative Act, 2030, Recycling at Scale, we know. And we also see many mention in the document about the flexibility in reviewing the targets along the way. So this is really appreciated. I think it's oxygen for the industry. At the same time, the industry needs to activate as soon as possible, because one thing is calibrate industry on design, one thing is calibrating industry on infrastructures. So it's true that member states should start working on infrastructures, but this cannot happen if the players are not engaged in the member state. So we are again in the same situation. So we believe this is a work and a marathon that we have to run together. So the pace of the marathon depends on the pace that everyone can keep along the way. And I'm saying this because I believe that there are two elements that are important when we think about especially recycling at scale investment, which are probably going to be the biggest one impacting the market. And one is that for those investments, we need the strategic thinking. So we need to know where we are going. So companies and players need to know where they need to put the money. But of course, also the money has to be available. So the capital investment has to have a justification. There should be a real value at the end of this circularity journey. So I would say that there is a full trust to the institution, and there is a full positive approach towards PPWR time for execution of the different areas. But we are all here to do it as fast as we can. So it's more a we can approach than a just run.
Yeah, thanks, Davide. Just a mention to everyone in the audience. The Slido is open, so if you'd like to drop your questions in, there have been some questions coming in. There will also be an opportunity to ask a question sort of on a microphone as well, if you'd prefer to put your hand up and ask it in person. I'll start bringing them in shortly. Patrice, coming to you, you've talked a bit more overarchingly about the PPWR and the negotiations. Can you perhaps hone in a bit more on the fibre-based packaging and what the discussions were specifically on this industry, and also how the industry interacted with the negotiating factions and factors?
I would say regarding the fiber-based packaging, so basically the paper and cardboard industries, that they were well understood. I mean, our concern and I mean the effort already made was quite well understood by the MEP, because basically if you had a glance to what was a report adopted in different committees, agriculture committee, industry committee, and also environment committee. I mean, there was not real focus, strong political will to come with binding measures or extra binding measures compared with the original proposal of the Commission. I would say the contrary. There is already an extension of the derogation for cardboard boxes regarding the risk target. Now it's applicable also to sales packaging. There is also this all the very sensitive restrictive measures as proposed by the Commission has been were taken out regarding the list of single-use format, which will be banned from 1 January 2030. And there is a lot of other kind of derogation. I already mentioned possibility for member states to postpone the deadline for recycling target. But I know that it's it's not a matter of concern for Forever Green. We already are on the track to I would say to go further than the target put in place in the legislation. I will also mention it was a very sensitive and tough negotiation. All the derogation provided for minimization, because basically you have a long list, previous list of derogation to preserve the intellectual property rights, also geographical indication. So basically, I've got the feeling, but maybe my approach was a little bit biased, that the interest of particularly different stakeholders on certain sectors was more preserved than, for e.g., the plastic industry was a certain reason to complain.
Yeah. Adley, coming down to you, I mean, how important is sort of stakeholder engagement, different cross-sector engagement in this policy-making process? And also, what are you doing to sort of make sure you're collaborating with industry going forward?
I would say that the involvement of the stakeholders is really, really important to make a good and fit-for-purpose legislation. That's for sure. But if I may give you a confession from my side, the nightmare, and part of the nightmare, was the stakeholders during this process. We received plenty, like hundreds of emails each day regarding each article, each provision, and for me to deal with all those position paper, and I'm not saying that one is less important than another, but to deal, and I promise, I've read all the position paper every night after the work. I was trying to identify whether we could try to improve the text. But when we are facing so different position paper with a lot of nuances between different kind of materials, different kind of sectors, different kind of products to be packaged, it was awful and a nightmare, even for my experts who are not dealing with all the materials, who are not experts for each materials, to identify what could be the right basis. So it was good cooperation with a lot of member states and also with the European Parliament team to try to identify, okay, we will set this basis, this ground, and for the rest we will let the Commission for the Secondary Act to decide with the stakeholders what could be the right and the good standards. My advice, if I can have one, we will have a lot of discussion regarding the implementation phase. We will have a lot of delegated acts. If you come to each PERM rep to try to push for one specific element, as I said, I'm not an expert, so I will receive your position paper. I will just pass on the information to my experts. And maybe my experts will not be ready to read that, not have sufficient time to read that because they are coordinating the position and so on. So my piece of advice to you would be to make less position paper, more straightforward, and also to try to identify by kind of materials what are your priorities. Otherwise, we will be overwhelmed as we were during the negotiations. And just a fun fact, even the ambassadors during the co-repair meeting each Wednesday and Friday, they told us as a presidency, Belgian presidency, please close that file. We are overwhelmed. We have a lot of emails regarding the packaging sector. And this is a nightmare for everybody because we are just pushing the button to say, okay, or delete, or for me, to try to print, to be sure to receive everything. It was good for me because it was a better understanding also to understand what could be the interest of different kind of packaging sectors. But it was a nightmare because sometimes there is small nuances. And those small nuances could be killer or deal breaker because we have different approaches.
There's going to be a lot of people in this room that are going to be waiting for when these acts come and start pushing on them, and they're going to feel a very similar thing to you and blame you, though, that those things are coming their way, right? That's how it's going to happen once the implementation comes. I can see you nodding down the end of the day.
I was really sorry, having a bit of ironic fun of excuse me, about this story, because it really was really interesting, your perspective into these position papers, because I feel my company issue some position papers, and I think many companies in the room issued some position papers, as I would say a standard approach, as it has to be done in these cases to, I wouldn't say protect, but to give a message. So on one side, I agree that this will become overwhelming, but I also perceive is a natural reaction of a reality which is extremely diverse. So every position paper was an entity saying why it was existing and how it is impacted by the regulation. So I couldn't see a different behavior from your side. You are not structured to manage all this complexity, but I think to make it simple, alliances like Forever Green are indeed going to simplify this process very much, because this is the way through an industry sector is really conveying a unique message with the right priorities.
Yeah. Why we're here today, almost, is to get everybody clear. Caroline, I can see you as well nodding. I mean, this is important for you. I assume you put out some position papers as well.
I mean, for sure. I think every representative of industry here is probably guilty of this. But I think, yeah, just to paraphrase what was just said, it just reflects the diversity. And not only the diversity of packaging type, but again, back to my introduction point, we think about what we put in our packaging. And so then if you start opening the door of how many industry use packaging and fiber-based packaging and other type of packaging, then of course you end up with a complex matrix, which I appreciate is not easy to solve with one size fits all. Yeah. But I hear you.
Jill, this is where clarity comes in, and a standardization body as well. I wonder if you can just pick up on what you've heard.
No, I totally agree. In fact, I saw two initiatives in Europe. It was Forever Green, and just before it was Recyclers on Plastics. And luckily, we had those two organizations or consortium to make our life much easier at the same level. And I truly believe that the work is almost done. I'm sure that it's not completely done, because the more we dig, the more devil is in detail. But anyway, I think that the big part of the work is done. So I'm very confident that we will make it happen in the future.
Yeah, there's quite a few questions that have come in from the audience, actually. I'll see, though, we'll start with hands up in the room. If you've asked your question on Slido, but you'd prefer to ask it in the room, you can raise a hand. Please, there's a gentleman in a light blue suit there. Please state your name and where you're coming from or representing, and if you want to direct your question to one of our panelists, please make that clear as well. If not, I'll suggest to them.
Thank you. My name is Peter Görlitz from Sonoco, and my question is, I just heard that there was too much discussion, too much input, too much feedback. But isn't that simple arithmetic? If you write 1 page of legislation and then you hand it out for feedback, how much feedback can you expect? And if you write 300 pages of legislation, how much feedback will you expect then? So the question is, for me, have we written down too much? Are we too specific in the PBWR? And would it have been better to take a step back and leave certain aspects of this regulation to the industry or to other players or stakeholders? And maybe the question would go to Mr. Manzeri.
Please.
I hear a lot of support of this question, so definitely I try to answer pretty clearly. I'm used to deal with the chemistry industry, and REACH regulation is as far as long as the packaging and packaging waste regulation. So the length of the regulation is not something that is linked to how much position paper I receive. So definitely this is not the case. Even for the battery regulation that I have negotiated, we hadn't the same amount of position paper. So still, I appreciate the fact that this is a very complex ecosystem, the packaging ecosystem. I know that there is a lot of very particular and peculiar specificities related to the fact that you have different standards for the product that you have to package, but also regarding the traveling that you have to make, and a lot of situations to take into account. But put yourself in our shoes, the policymakers. When we receive such an amount of position paper, do you expect us to read all of them? Definitely, because I was in the presidency shoes, I had more time than my other colleagues to read all of them. But when you deal with some permanent representation, or they have only 2 representatives for the environmental file, they cannot read all the position paper. They cannot challenge their experts at the Capitol to see whether this position paper could be supported or not. So this is not a critique, it's just a piece of advice. If you want to have your message to be heard, you should try, maybe all together with the Commission. So I think that the expert group of the Commission will be something very interesting, even for our experts, to hear what are the positions of the stakeholders regarding each delegated act. But I would just say that if you send me a lot of position papers, such as it was the case during the negotiations on PPWR, we won't be able to deal with all of that. And just to raise that it was also remarks made by the ambassadors. The ambassadors are really neutral during these meetings. When we had the remarks with a smile, oh, thank you, Presidency, you are closing this deal. Now our mailbox will be empty once again. We were like, okay, this is a shared feeling. I think that we have different kind of stakeholders' involvement. You have the public consultation before each publication of implementing and delegated act. You could have some lunch or some meetings, online meetings, where you can give and provide with some insightful information. My piece of advice on this was, be sure that you are not overwhelming all the stakeholders, the public authorities. The feeling that we have had during the negotiations was bad regarding the sectors. And I was trying to make everybody around the table still on the confident regarding the industries and saying that everything is important and that we have tried to read everything.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your question. There's actually a question that's come in online about something I think we should touch on. I think, Caroline, as well, this is something you could speak to. Johannes Klump has asked about extended producer responsibility, EPR fees. His question is, will they be sufficient to make circularity a viable business allowing reasonable profitability, or do we need additional measures? Obviously, for companies like yours, this is something that you're concerned about, right?
Yeah, and thanks for the question. It's true we didn't mention those, but EPR, so extended producer responsibility fees, they're absolutely critical to kind of fund the system, all this collection, sorting and recycling system we've been talking about. So it's something, which is existing. It's great to see that actually with the PPWR there will be eco-modulation which will be introduced, meaning that the payment will be linked to the recyclability of the packaging. I'm not going to enter into the details. Now, I think from a manufacturer, we're really proactive in paying those and we're supporting those. But something which matters is first that the cost is reasonable and optimized. It's not a blank check. So the intent is really to pay what is the net cost of each packaging type. But also that there is, and here, there could be some discussion as part of new upcoming legislations, maybe earmarking of such EPR fees, meaning that if I pay for fiber-based packaging, this is used for the collection and sorting of fiber-based packaging and not another material. Because this way will ensure that we're really paying for the development of each waste streams as needed.
Thank you, Caroline. Thanks for picking up on that. Are there further questions in the room? Okay, please, yeah. Again, state your name if you can, and tell us who you are.
Hi, Fiona Dury from Edelman. We're a public affairs consultancy. Just picking up on your point, Adley, about trying to, align positions throughout the industry. We know, for example, on the plastic side, it's been mentioned that recyclability assessment method design for cycling criteria are quite advanced. At least the design for cycling criteria are quite advanced in SEN, but we know as well that the industry is working on trying to align on the recyclability assessment method. And we know Forever Green also has its recycling evaluation protocol, I think it's called. But from where I'm sitting, those two different material sectors seem to be taking quite a different approach to the recyclability assessment method. So I'm just wondering, Gilles, from the SEN perspective, do you have any thoughts on how you're going to tackle those differences and see if there's any way? Those two industries have spent quite a lot of time trying to align how we can then achieve some kind of alignment at an even higher level.
Thanks, Fiona.
Yeah, and thanks for the question. I think this is one of the first things that we are going to look at. It's if the principles, the main principles are the same, because if they are not, it will be very difficult to have a common approach and even think about the recyclability performance grade. And before the score that is mentioned, and you go from a score, first you get a score. Nobody knows today, this 70%, nobody knows what it means, honestly, because it's a mix of weight and weighing. So we don't know how it will be calculated, and it has to be calculated for any kind of packaging, metal, glass, plastics, and fiber. So, and then you have the grade, which is another story. And grade means that you are recyclable and okay to be delivered, or you are banned from the market. And then you have the EPR fees that will be linked, the accommodation that will be linked to your score, to your grade. So we need to be sure that the principles, that the overarching principles that we are going to use for all the design for recycling criteria will be the same, whatever the material is. And then I believe we will find a way for the Commission, in fact, to calculate those scores and everything else. I hope it answers your question. I have not seen yet in detail everything, but we have tomorrow a meeting at SEN level, and I will mention again that it is critical to start to compare what has been done in plastic, for example, and what is done today in fiber. Plastics, we started 2 years ago, or a little bit, 2 years ago. I'm not saying that everyone should copy what has been done in plastics, but I can tell you that we had more than 100 meetings, more than 200 people working on these 15 design for recycling guidelines. So there are a lot of things we can help people not to go in the same, doing the same mistakes and things like that. So it's like the grand brother that can help the small one. It's not to copy past everything. It's not to say we have the truth, follow us. It's just tell you, here we made big mistakes. We should not have done it like that. That's what we corrected to save time, because again, it's a race, it's a marathon, but we will have to do it in less than 2 hours.
So it's going to be a world record.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I wanted just to add a point because, hi Fiona, nice to meet you again. And it was about how Forever Green is actually addressing this, because we realized that when we started, we missed a lot of what has come out in the meantime with the documents. And during the summer, we have gone through an important gap analysis between what are the documents of Forever Green, the principle, the contents, terminology, everything, and we have already identified a strategic action to complement our documents and contents with the PPWR final text. So indeed, Forever Green will also help to run this marathon as fast as we can, because we know that the deadline is going to be for the standard to provide something already end of next year, something like that. Right?
End of next year and the year after, yeah.
Thank you. Let's just take a couple of the two questions at the top here on the Slido. One's come in from Giacomo Canali, who says, "What will the role of the JRC, the Joint Research Centre, be for the issuing of delegated acts?" And then the question under that, I can maybe read that out as well, because it's slightly relevant, and anyone can come in if they want to, from A. Vitadello. "Technical delegated acts were historically ascribed to the harmonised EN, therefore a different application for industry. What will be the structure?" Gio, perhaps maybe that's somewhere in that.
So the first question, GRC is part of the European Commission first. It's just the scientific arm, and in the work that we are currently doing on plastic packaging, recyclability. GRC is part of all our meetings, just like sometimes some members of the EU Commission. So there is a very close link, and for sure GRC or the EU Commission will have to write the delegated act, but we are drafting it in summary. That's something that we are doing, and we are doing that together with them. We have also steering committees every 2 months, roughly, where we have the convener of at the same level, the one who are in the working group and writing, in fact, the document. We have the convener at same level. We have and we have the GRC. We have the DG Envy and DG Agro, for example, that are part of the steering core. So everything is done in coordination, and this is really important again because the worst will be to have something that is wrong at the end of the day. It's the same at same level. I am insisting on something. We need to achieve consensus on everything. At the end of the drafting, there will be a vote, a formal vote, and if we miss this vote, we are back to square one. So it's really important to get the consensus as soon as possible everywhere we will work.
I can maybe see if we can squeeze one more question in from the audience, if anyone has a hand up. No? There we go. I don't think we'll have time for two. I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, one last question. Guillermo Valles from SAIGA from Spain. It has been mentioned member states have the authorities to deliver the collection system, but I think that member states have to take the decision about the separate collection of paper. This hasn't been implemented in Europe. The paper industry has been asking for that many times in the Waste Framework Directive of 2010. It was introduced, but then it was not implemented. We have still some countries where there is commingled collection. And this is a problem because in the collection side, if we want the packaging to be recycled, paper packaging, I'm talking about paper packaging especially, the system must work on glass in one bin, paper in another bin, and the lightweight packaging, the rest of the lightweight packaging in the third bin. And if it is not done like this, it doesn't work. In England, in the UK, it is not the European Union anymore, but in the UK we have had this summer the initiative of easy recycling, putting all together in the same bin, and this is not the way. And then the second thing, this is the first stage, but the second stage is the local authority, where we have the fight between the producer responsibility organization telling them, okay, if we want to achieve higher recycling rates at a lower cost, we need to do like this. And then they say, local authorities, I collect, the legislation settles that I am responsible of the collection, and I define how to do the collection in my town. That's all. So I think that it is difficult to make a kind of standardization in the collection system when we have the public authorities being the ones deciding how to collect.
Listen, it wasn't a question, but it was a really good point, and I know lots of people are nodding along, but it does actually take us to the end of our time that we have available. So I'm just going to thank our panelists massively. If I can have a big round of applause for the panelists. A really great discussion, and the stuff that we've talked about here on the stage is now going to, many of these things will be discussed in the working groups as well. So if we can bring that up on the screen, this is important to everyone to know. We're going to go for a coffee for 15 minutes. When you hear the bell, please go quickly to the room in which you are assigned. The people online, you will stay and watch 2 half-hour sessions on the same thing on the stream. For the rest of you, it's half an hour session in one, and then you can move to another half an hour one. You should be registered. The upstairs rooms, you must go up the stairs, up here. If you're going to go to the courtyard, it's essentially out the back past the bar, and then you go up to the balcony through there. That's where the courtyard session is. You sort of go round and out and up there. Please make sure you're on time. We're going to be moving through these things quickly. And on the other side, we'll see you back in here for a panel discussion. So thank you very much. Enjoy the coffee break.
Like, yeah.
Julia, yo Okay, shall we? Okay. Well, yeah, I have it. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this breakout session where we are going to present what we have been doing in Workstream 3 and how the new guidance on the the new version of the guidance on improved collection and sorting of fiber-based packaging for recycling that we are going to present. My name is Guillermo Valles. I work for SAICA. I'm representing Aspapel in Forever Green. And I have been co-lead of this work stream with two more persons, Jonathan Edmunds from DS Smith Recycling, and Ajay Parmar from PepsiCo. In this morning session, I have said Coca-Cola. Sorry for that. It's PepsiCo. Okay, so the three of us, we have worked very hard, but especially I have to thank Jonathan Edmunds that had made a fantastic work. He's been English native speaker. He controls better than me English, and he has made a very fantastic review on the guidance several times to see if everyone was correct. So, and now he's on paternity leave, so he cannot attend this meeting, but he has asked me to give a thought on this. Okay, so let's go through the new version. As you remember, the goal of this work stream was to have a look at the collection system and try to make a proposal on how to use the best practices we find in the collection systems in Europe to make a good collection and sorting, or to propose a good collection and sorting system for the fiber-based packaging. This is the main goal of the work stream 3. We had, because as we say, collection and sorting, we have heard this morning and also in this afternoon's intervention that collection and sorting is key to have good recycling rates, and especially when we talk about the recycling at a scale that is now settled as a target for in the PPWR. Then we find a challenge that the collection system, as we have also heard in this afternoon session, are very different in every country, even if there are some general rules in the Waste Framework Directive, like separate collection, but this is not fully implemented in the countries. We find that depending on the urbanism, depending on the consumption that you find in the country, every country decides how to collect. And not only the country, as we have said this afternoon, it is also the local authorities who decide how to collect waste in their town, and not only waste, and specifically in the waste, the packaging waste. So these collection systems, we can define things to be done if you want to improve things or you want to create something from scratch, but we cannot, sometimes it is difficult to change things in the collection and sorting systems. And also, what is important is that the output of these collection and sorting steps is an output of high quality in order to receive good material in the paper mills, and we are going to go deeper on this issue in the next slides. This has been the chronogram of what we have done. I think that there is a lack here of the first part of the year, because it seems that we have begun working in June. It is not true. The main work has been done in the first half of the year, because in the first half of the year we created the focus group to develop the new chapters of the guidance, and then after these focus groups have been created, then they have delivered the first versions of the chapters. We have refined these chapters several times. We have put together all the knowledge of we have put in these chapters, and then finally in September we had the first final version of the guidance. Then it has been refined again with the steering group contributions, the proofreading, and then, okay, today we are presenting this new guidance internally, and the public presentation of this guidance will be launched in 14th November, so next week, okay. So, and I have to say also to thank everybody in the work stream, because in the focus groups there were 3 focus groups, and most of the members of the work streams were involved in one of the focus groups. For sure, the whole working group was in the focus groups, and then many members of the work stream were also included in the focus group. Let me check if this okay. Well. What is new in the new guidance? Because you know that we had a first version of the guidance in 2022. This created a good frame of what we consider as an ideal collection and sorting system in Europe for the fiber-based packaging. In 2023, we released a second version. In this second version, there were not so many changes. There were small adjustments, and we decided that a deep revision would be done in 2024, and that's what we have done. What we have done in this revision is, first of all, to adapt the guidance to the new legislation. It is true that the main work was done in the first half of the year, and in the first half of the year there were still some doubts about the new PPWR and what the new PPWR will settle as compulsory. Finally, we have been able to introduce all the new lines of the recycling at scale, all these elements related to collection, sorting, and recycling at scale in the new guidance. So we have adapted the guidance to this new legislation. Then we have refined the 2 routes of the fiber-based packaging, the standard and the IKI mill route, and also the specialized mill route. In this part of the guidance, there are not many new things. We have updated a little bit the recommendation, but there are not many news on that part. What we have done also, it is not covered here, but in next slide we will see, we have introduced much more linkage with the EN 643. EN 643 is the standard of the raw material used by the paper mills, the recovered paper for recycling standard, and then everything that wants to enter a paper mill has to be in accordance with the EN 643. All the paper producers are ISO 9001. We have audits in terms of quality. If there is a standard, we have to respect this standard, and then the EN 643 is the standard for the paper for recycling. So anything that is produced in this collection and sorting system has to be in line with what the EN 643 standard settles. So that's why we have thought that more going deeper in the analysis of the EN 643 and how it links with the fiber-based packaging and the sorting, collection and sorting system was very, very important. And then we said, okay, at the beginning of the year, we had the clear ideas in our roadmap that these new chapters have to be introduced in order to improve the guidance. These new chapters are related, the first one to the organic contamination, the second and the impact on the collection and sorting and recycling system. Then the second annex is about the deep dive in sorting. We needed some more information about how sorting lines were working, how this sorting was being done in Europe. And then the third part was the Eureka and on the Go chapter. The Eureka and the Go chapter, it was also the same. It is a small part of the fiber-based packaging that is collected through the Eureka system, but it is a very visual, very public, that public pays a lot of attention to this stream. So we have to define how we would like to have the fiber-based packaging collected in this stream. Okay, about the two collection streams, or the two routes we define. This has not changed a lot. The guidance settles how to create this system correctly in every country if we want to have this correct collection and correct collection system, and in order to have this 90% recycling rate. And then their guidance review what is existing today in Europe, to not very in very detail, but we show how things are being done more or less in the most effective countries, and then we settle that these two routes for the fiber-based packaging, the standard mill route and the specialized mill route, are the best way in order to collect fiber-based packaging. Then what we have refined in this part of the two routes is that, okay, in these two last years, Workstream 1 has been creating new things, as new assessment on what is recyclable in a standard mill and what is not recyclable in the standard mill. So what we have updated in the guidance is that, okay, everything that is considered as recyclable in a standard mill has to go in the standard route. Everything that is not recyclable in a standard mill should go with to the specialized mill route. Okay, and this is something that we have introduced in the guidance. The second part is, as I said, the EN 643 consideration. For me, that's key, because when we talk about collection, sorting and recycling, we are not talking about individual packaging collection, sorting and recycling. We are talking about tons of packaging that are being collected, that are being sorted, and that are being received in the paper mills. And in order to be received correctly in the paper mills, they have to fulfill the requirements of the EN 643. If not, this material is not is going to be refused at the gate of the paper mills. And then also, as I said, the PPWR updating, okay, the link with the PPWR. And then the three chapters, I'm not going to go deeper here, because I go to describe this in the next slides. The first chapter, well, first of all, as a first thinking about the chapters, when we began the work on these chapters, we thought that these chapters would go in the main body of the guidance. But then, when we were developing the work in the focus groups, we realized that the amount of knowledge, information, and analysis that we were providing for these chapters will make the guidance very long. And we cannot have a guidance of 30 pages, the main body of the guidance. So what we decided is that, okay, we are going to provide an executive summary of these chapters. We are going to introduce this executive summary in the main body of the guidance. And then we are going, the deep analysis and the high amount of information that these chapters are providing, we are going to put them in annexes. So that's why we talk about annexes right now as chapters, okay? The first one was the one of the organic contamination. Organic contamination is a challenge when talking about the collection, sorting, and recycling system. First of all, in the focus group of the organic contamination, they decided that they have to define what we call organic contamination, and then we define two types of organic contamination. The first type is dry contamination, and the second type is wet or moist contamination. The first one, if it doesn't appear in what we call 3D elements, then it is not a problem, because it doesn't contaminate really the packaging. The other one, even if the packaging is clean, if it has already been contaminated with organic contamination, then the packaging is still contaminated. So that's why it's important to differentiate. Then the second issue was to consider the impact factors. And when we talk with the impact factors, we talk about quantity of contamination. Quantity not only in a single packaging, but also in the stream. Because, as I said, we have to differentiate in the collection and sorting system between individual packaging and the global flow of this system. Because, as I said, we talk about tons of packaging and not about individual packaging. And that's why it was important to differentiate this impact in terms of individual contamination and the global contamination of the stream. You can have a very, very, very contaminated single packaging, but if it is the only single packaging in a bale of 1 ton of packaging received in a sorting line or received in a paper mill, it doesn't make any problem. If you have very low contamination in a lot of packaging, individual packaging, then it can create problems in the collection and in the sorting system. And then we describe the main impacts of this organic contamination, depending also on the quantities. And the main impacts are the risk of bad smells, the pest that you can receive with it, or not receive, but that can grow in this contaminated packaging. Then an important topic, which is the microbial growth in the waters of the paper mills. That is one of the limits, sometimes it's one of the limits for the recycling of this contaminated material, and then the self-combustion process. This self-combustion process is something that is far away from maybe your thinking, but it's something very usual in landfills, in sorting lines, in waste management companies, and also in paper mills. And then if you have organic contamination, then you increase the risk of this self-combustion. There is and in the chapter, there is a specific appendix explaining why this self-combustion takes place. Okay, and then we are not, in the chapter, it is not only describe the challenges we face with this organic contamination, but also the solution that you can provide. As we say, everything has been invented in this world of the waste management, so we have introduced here the solution that everyone has created or can be implemented to avoid all these negative impacts. In the collection, the first thing, and this is something that the focus group emphasizes a lot, is the eco-design for easy emptying. If we make the consumers things easy to empty, then we will not receive organic contamination, or we are going to reduce the organic contamination with the packaging. But also we insisted on we insist in the chapter about public education, and also increase the collection frequency, which is something that can help to reduce the risk of contamination. Not the risk of contamination, but the risk of having these negative impacts like bad smell, pests, or self-combustion. In the transportation, this is something that can be delicate if the lorries that transport contaminated packaging are then used for other uses, like transport materials for packaging or packaging. So something that has to be avoided, and we propose some solutions to that. Then also in the sorting lines, sometimes we have experienced problems in the sorting lines when the material is too contaminated. The sorters cannot work properly if the contamination is very high. So in order to avoid problems, we have to store materials separately, introduce more contaminated materials in a separate way, try not to mix low contaminated or not contaminated material with a high contaminated material. So all these kind of solutions. Then the storage in paper mills, also we have to reduce the storage in the paper mills. We have to get this contaminated material separated, increase the fire protection systems. And also what we have also insisted is that if there is packaging that is already conceived to contain something that is we know that the packaging, this individual packaging, is going to be very, very highly contaminated. It is better to create this packaging with compostable materials, because then they can go to composting. Composting is legally equal to recycling. So if we consider that something is going to be used for these uses, that it is better to design it as compostable, with the material as compostable. Okay, then the second chapter is about the deep dive sorting. In the first two versions of the guidelines, it was very few lines dedicated to the sorting stage. So what we have considered is that, okay, a more deep definition of the sorting, the correct sorting must be given in this guidance because it's a critical stage, a step, as we have heard in the last interventions. So that's why we have to analyze how the sorting was being made along Europe and what are the best systems, what are the most usual systems, and which are the best systems to sort the material. Okay, also how to adapt the output of these materials to the EN 643, because if the material is not in line with EN 643, it's not going to be accepted by paper mills. So this is another specific question that is analyzed. And also how do we adapt the sorting system to these two routes, the routes for the specialized mills and the routes for the standard mills. Also, the last part of the chapter is dedicated to the innovations. At the same, in parallel of the development of this chapter, the innovation work stream was working on a new innovative system for sorting, and then there is a short description on this innovative system for sorting. And then the final recommendations, as always, is the separation, the collection, separate collection of paper at the source. As it has been mentioned before, paper with the other materials get contaminated. Glass with the other materials is also a big problem. So the best, most efficient way of collecting things is glass in one side, paper in another side, and then the rest of the materials in the lightweight packaging. Well, and then the HoReCa, in the HoReCa chapter, I have to say that this has been another chapter of a very, very hard work, because HoReCa on the go system is very also variable in Europe, and you can find many, many different things. Most of them are more or less adapted to the consumption. So trying to find best practices has not been so easy, and try to standardize what could be the best standard for the HoReCa collection has not been easy. But then also, as we have mentioned, this is very visible for the public. When you go to the fast food shops or these kind of things, you feel that you receive a lot of packaging in one shot, and then you have to manage this packaging. So a lot of systems were analyzed, and then a good description of the most usual systems and the most efficient systems is provided. And then also some recommendations on how to do things in order to get a very good quality of the material. And that's all. So we have 15 minutes. And happy to receive comments, questions, doubts. Yeah, Angelica.
Do I need the mic? Yes. If it works. Thank you. Does it work? It works. Actually, it works. Okay, Annie Carpentier, representing the beverage carton industry. I think this is all great, except that the Commission and PPWR is not opening up the chapter of collection. There's no change. We lobbied a lot to have mandatory collection targets. No way, because member states don't want that. And we know as well that member states don't want to harmonize. I mean, Italy is a typical example where they have, within one country, different ways of collecting, in our case, beverage cartons. So it is problematic. What the Commission and GRC will be working on is labeling. That is on the agenda, and there is an opportunity there. I mean, we've been discussing with the fibre-based packaging alliance that we have about, can we use the label on pack and on the bin without color? And so wherever you are, I'm in Belgium, but just outside of Brussels, it's another color of the bin than in Brussels. And then 100 kilometers away in the Netherlands, it's yet another color. I speak for beverage cartons. So if we have this, like, label or pictogram without color on the pack, and whatever the color of the bin, then that can help. The same could apply to some coated paper products. It was mentioned that in some countries you have 95% you can go with standard mill. In other countries it's 85, like in Germany or whatever. So you simply need to use that label, pictogram, and then kind of you help cleaning up the streams, because that's the objective at the end. So I think that is something that we could all discuss. We do it in FPE with Forever Green to have an aligned position towards the Commission again. We heard this early on that we should align, so that was a comment. I'm not sure it's a question.
But that's a good. This is a good comment. But it is, if the collection system is not harmonized, how do you harmonize labeling? Because if you have to label differently depending on the country, companies like Mars they produce packaging for.
Sorry, Graham Holder, C-Flex, different series of materials, but same problem. I mean, the municipalities in most countries have the right to decide what gets collected and how it gets collected. But in the law, the producer is responsible for ensuring that all this gets collected. For me, there's a complete breakdown of the responsibility and the ability to carry out that responsibility. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, maybe there's an opportunity to combine our advocacy and explain why, if you're going to make the producer responsible, then they have to be allowed to decide how this gets collected and what gets collected, because they're going to be the ones paying for it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Citeo made a study, I think it was 10 years ago at least, and then they demonstrated that even with a commingled collection system in most of the country, there were more than 100 combinations of different collection systems, depending on if you include glass or not, if you include newspapers with the packaging, if you include the packaging or not. So in one country you had more than 100, and in the UK is not European Union anymore, but it's Europe, and then you can find in every local authority takes their decision. And also it has been the link between local authorities and producers' responsibility organization has been very, I don't know how to say, very different in different countries. When the producer responsibility organization has made a good negotiation or has been able to convince the local authorities to have something standard in a country, in Germany is more or less the collection system more or less standardized. Colors are another question, but at least what have to go in one bin and what have to go in another bin is more or less homogeneous. In Belgium also, in Spain, yes, also, but then you have the UK, France, Italy, where every local authority takes its own decision. And I can understand that it is fair that they consider that the citizens are better served because of their urbanism or the consumption of this population. Yes, true. But okay, then this goes against the core recycling. And you know that in the UK there is now the initiative of easy recycling, where you have to put everything together in one bin and then you have recycled. Well, you have put the packaging in one bin. You haven't recycled it. Okay, Elodie.
I cannot agree more with what was just said, but I want to ask another angle to this. So the harmonization of the collection is key, independent of the pictogram. However, do you think there is an option for the future to update the EN 643 so that this is also one of the tools to maybe help those composites which are not necessarily ending in their best fraction to get the best chance to be recycled? And in a standard, then, you know, it's upfront.
Well, you know that as any standard, every 5 years you have the option to upgrade it and to update. And then I think that we have to think about that in the next revision, because the world is changing also. And then we obviously collection systems and sorting system, but the problem and also the technology for the recycling in the paper mills is changing. And then you are able to receive some things that in the past you couldn't receive. So for sure, this will have an impact in what we receive in our paper mills, and then we have to adapt the EN 640 as well. But it will be more related to the technology we use to recycle rather than the material. We have to combine both things. EN643 has been produced in the first, in year 2000, the first version, included all the knowledge of the paper mills, of the recycling paper mills in the last 50 years. And then this is what is now in the EN643. It has been updated in 2013, if I remember correctly. That was the last update we had in the EN643.
Thank you. And then another comment or question. You mentioned that there is a part in the new guideline about the innovative sorting. I was curious to hear, did that take into account all the outcome of the innovation workstream 4 project on novel sorting technology, or it was independent?
It was a short description about the work done, because it was a short summary of what this innovation work stream has been working on.
Thank you.
By talking about the food contamination, you're adding the understanding of market penetration of a contaminant or whatsoever. And in working group 2, we never thought about it. So meaning that if we have one label with PSA, we are in 1 ton of paper, it makes no issues for the recycling plan. But if you have a bale of labels, then you have an issue. That's something maybe to discuss with the working group 2 on how to cope with penetration of contaminant in the markets. That's just a comment.
Yeah, it's something that the issue of the quantity is something that has not been fully developed in Forever Green. We are talking about recyclability of individual packaging. We are talking about design for recycling of individual packaging. Then when this goes in a big stream of tons of material, then we have to cope with the sorting of this material and then with the reception of this material in the paper mills. And I said there are examples there are pictures in the guidance, in the chapter of organic contamination. You see pictures of things that are contaminated, but they are not a problem. They are not a problem. Things that are heavily contaminated, that are a problem, that are going to be refused in a paper mill. And that's a question that we have to ask ourselves for the next versions of all the guidance of the Forever Green, how to cope with this. Okay. Anything else? Please take the microphone, because I am an elderly guy and I don't hear.
I'm going to be quick. You mentioned the part 1 method for testing the recyclability in standard mills, and I think I understood you saying that everything that is not recyclable in standard mills should be sorted into specialized mills. And I'm just saying that we also have a method now for specialized mills that's going to be published by the end of the year. And is it that simple? I mean, everything that's not recyclable in standard mills can go to the specialized mills, or should this also be taken into consideration?
Can you repeat the last part of the question, sorry?
Of course. No, I'm just mentioning we also have a method for specialized mills, so I'm just asking if it's that simple. I mean, everything that's not recyclable in standard mills, can it be sorted to specialized mills? Or should it also be, take into consideration what is not recyclable?
For me, I am not an expert, but for me, specialized mills are built not specifically, mainly to recycle beverage cartons. And beverage carton is one of the most difficully recyclable, because you have 7 layers, 75% of fiber, 25% of other things. If we can recycle in these paper mills this packaging with 7 layers, most of the packaging, of the composite packaging, I don't want to say 100%, but most of the packaging can be recycled in these specialized mills. And then also it's a question also of quantities. Then if you receive 80% of beverage cartons in a specialized mills and 20% of other fibre-based packaging, composite packaging, then I don't think that we won't have any problem on that, knowing how this specialized mill works.
Horst Bittermann, Brokarten, also part of Fiber Packaging Europe. I've seen that in the paper stream, you said certain composite packaging can go in. Yeah? How do you define certain?
In the specialized mill, sorry.
No, in the standard mills.
The standard,
where do you make the cut between normal paper stream or specialized stream?
It depends on the test made in the work stream, the results of the assessment of the recyclability test method. That's why we say certain is, okay, is it recyclable? Having been tested with the evaluation protocol for the standard mills, yes. If it is recyclable in a standard mill as a result of this test, then it can be recyclable in a standard mill.
Basically, that means if it's fully compatible, it can go to the standard paper mill.
If it is
fully compatible, it can go into the standard paper mill.
Sorry, just a communication. There are some other sessions starting, so if you want to go to the other sessions, you're free to go, and we will continue the discussion here.
Well, continue or repeat the presentation.
Guillermo, just one question. Thank you very much. Have you addressed the issue of harmonized labeling at all?
This is something that...
sorry, Guillermo, I missed your presentation. Sorry, I was in another...
No, but it is
you did finally.
First intervention.
Okay, how are you doing? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
You see, we are alive already.
Sorry.
The specialized mills.
But Julia, we have been on time. So now, oops. Okay. So, yeah, that's right. Sorry. Okay, good. Good afternoon. everybody. My name is Guillermo Valles. I am co-lead of the work stream 3 that has developed the new version of the guidance. I will try to be short in my presentation to have some minutes for discussion. And I would like to thank you first, the other two colleagues, Ajay Parmar from PepsiCo and Jonathan Edmunds, that has provided a very good work on co-leading this working group. Just as a reminder, the guidance is a guidance that tries to monitor the best practices in collection and sorting and try to give guidance to the decision makers about how to implement a good collection and sorting system in Europe. Okay, and then we had the first version of the guidance in 2022. In 2023, we have a second version with very small changes, and then we have made a more deeper revision for this version 3 in 2024. This has been the time frame. In the first half of the year, it is not said here, we created focus groups to develop new chapters of the guidance, and these focus groups are the ones that have delivered the new chapters of the guidance. What are the changes in the guidance? The main changes in the guidance is that we have introduced the link with the new legislation, the new PPWR, because collection and sorting is very related to recycling at the new concept of recycling at scale that was introduced in PPWR. Then I'm going to talk also about the link with EN 643 in next slides. This has been introduced and is not mentioned here. We have revised the standard and the inking mill route. We have revised also the specialized mill route. And then we have revised the practical recommendations, mainly to link with the work that is being done in work stream 1, where we say, okay, this packaging is recyclable in a standard mill, this packaging will not be recyclable in a standard mill, then we have to think on divert it to a specialized mill. And then we have created these 3 new chapters. At the beginning, we wanted to have these chapters in the main body of the guidance, but then we realized that then the main body of the guidance will be very, very long, and then we have said, okay, the main guidance the main body of the guidance will have the summary of these new chapters, and then the deep explanation of these new chapters will be as an annex to the main body. Okay, this is something that I'm not going to enter. As you remember, the guidance settled 2 routes for the packaging. If we want to have the packaging recycled, it has to go to the paper mill that can recycle it. So if it is recyclable in the standard mill, it can go with what we call the blue bin, taking the colors of the German system. The paper bin, if it is not recyclable in the specialized mill, then it has to go through the lightweight packaging bin. What we have, as I have said, what we have updated is the recommendations. Then this refinement of the packaging, depending on the evaluation protocol, it has to go to a standard through the standard mill route or through the specialized mill route. Also, we have introduced not introduced because it was in the first version, but we have go deeper in the link between the collection and sorting system and the EN 643. EN 643 is the standard for the raw material of the recycling paper mills. If the material doesn't respect the specification of this standard, then the material cannot be received in a paper mill, and then that's why we have to go deeper in this link between the collection and sorting system and EN 643. And also we have made the link with the PPWR. And also we have introduced these new chapters. The 3 new chapters, the first one was about the organic contamination. First of all, we decided in the focus group that we need a definition of organic contamination because there are several types of organic contamination. We decided that there are mainly 2 types of organic contamination, dry food contamination and wet food contamination. The first one doesn't last in the packaging if you clean the packaging. The second one lasts in the packaging even if you clean the packaging. Then the other topic that was discussed at the beginning was the impact factors. The main impact factor is the quantity. You can have a single packaging very contaminated, but a single packaging in a bale of 1 ton of packaging received in a paper mill or in a sorting line is not a problem. But then you can have very low contaminated packaging, but in a high amount of packaging, and then it can create problems. And then we have defined the main impacts of, yes? Okay. Sorry, just one question. Let me make the presentation, and then we have a microphone, and then you can make we will have 20 minutes of questions, or 10 minutes, or 5 minutes. Okay, so I go deep, or go very quickly. The main impacts are the ones you see here in the whole system. Okay, and then we not only describe the challenges, but we describe the potential solution we may apply to reduce the impact of this organic contamination. Okay, in all the steps of the collection and sorting system. Then we have go deeper in the sorting issues, in the sorting stage of the system. Why? Because in the first versions of the guidance, there were not descriptions of how sorting is made, what are the typical systems of sorting, how normally the sorting is being done in Europe, and then that's why we have introduced in this deep dive sorting chapter. And then also the first one has been the Oreca chapter, where we describe how Oreca and on-the-go packaging can be, the packaging using Oreca or on-the-go systems can be collected, and what are the best practices today in Europe, and how can we recommend the best way of collecting this. And that's all. Sorry for the quick answer to quick presentation. Yeah. Do you have a microphone?
Patrick, I will give it to you. Sorry, since there's a panel at 4:15, we need to close in 5 minutes.
Sorry?
We need to close in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Thanks.
okay, so sorry for the delay.
Oh, just a quick question then. I'm sorry to have interrupted your presentation. I mean, you talk about food contamination, and I know it's probably a small fraction, but do you also have considered non-food contamination?
We discussed this in the focus group, and we thought that it was so marginal that it was not worthy to enter in this discussion at this time. Maybe in future versions, but it was complicating too much the analysis for a very marginal impact.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Comments? From the ones connected from the webinar or not?
No. No, nothing
Okay.
online.
So thank you very much, and apologize for being in a rush for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yes, but 613 plants for people, so we have 65 more in France. That's the biggest.
Coming up. Hello, Jack. Just be introducing this one. Is my microphone? No? Okay. It's just echoes. When you're on, how you doing?
Fine. Any tips from the last panel?
So you're going to ask a question from
Yeah, it's a time for it. Okay, I actually have to give me a flash of 5 minutes and then I need to round it up or wrap it up.
Yeah. So like from wherever we started, do 45 minutes. Okay. See what I mean? Maybe work like that. At the same time there,
This is the new version. I have to wait for the last session of the day. We had just this morning. I arrived last night. Indiana.
That's okay. What? Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Please, can everyone try and make their way as quickly as possible to their seats in the main conference room? We're running a slight bit late now, so if we can keep on time, that would be wonderful. Please come as quickly as you can down from the rooms and come straight in and take your seats. We'll get going as soon as we possibly can. Take your seats on the stage. Yeah. It'll be quicker, then we'll get everyone going. Yeah, go, yeah. Do you know what? We have, yeah, that'd be perfect, yeah. Yeah, you want to pull it a bit forward, you can see a bit better, yeah. Please.
I mean, that's all I have.
Please come in and take your seats as soon as you can. The more we can get through, the quicker, yeah.
There as plastic. You know, there's no only paper. Yeah, you are. Not plastic, that's why easy.
Go and shower at people. You okay with the stick, Mike?
It still is moving, which is also fine.
I cannot see. Everyone can see.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. No.
The lights are quite bad, huh? The lights are very bad. We're about to see some plastic. I asked.
Okay, please can everyone come in and take their seats? We're going to get going. If you are making your way in, please can you do so quietly so that we can start the session now to make sure we stay on time and keep moving on. Just please come in and take the seats, move in. We're going to get going right now. Thank you very much indeed. For this, I'm going to hand over to Susan Brunner. She is going to take over the moderation of this panel. So I'm going to leave it with her, but please can everyone just quieten down so that we can start the panel now.
Don't desert me until you get them.
No, I won't. Please, can I ask everybody to stop the conversations in the room so that we can start the panel? Yep. Please. Okay, thank you very much, Susan. Thank you.
So, good evening, everyone. We're here with our final panel discussion for the day. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the last panel. My name is Susan Brunner. I'm from Mondi, and I'm a longtime member of Forever Green since the early days. And I have an esteemed panel of guests here with me today, and we want to talk today, what we've discussed earlier on, about how we can work together to promote circularity and collaborate really effectively across the entire value chain within Forever Green, but also beyond with other industry associations and partners. So that's what we're sitting down today to discuss. I did say we shouldn't all just spread love the whole time. It should be an interesting conversation. So there might be some provocative statements coming, maybe. We'll see. So the focus in this panel is not to dig into the specifics of the PPWR, because that's what we covered in the first panel. But again, now it's really about how can we collaborate, how can we use all of those deliverables. And I think we heard earlier, there's 38 design for recycling guidelines out there already, and more in the works, if I'm not mistaken. So how can we build on one another's work and really make it effective so that they're building blocks that come together? Don't build a wall, but maybe we build a temple, I think what you said, Annick, yes? So with that, I'm going to turn to my panel. My first question is going to be to Severine from Oropen. Yeah? So it's the European Organization for Packaging and the Environment. And we talked ahead of time, and you explained to me that there's 3 key points that you're working on Europen. Yeah? So you can correct me if my notes are incorrect. But driving efforts towards more sustainable packaging through advocacy, reminding shareholders and stakeholders of the importance and benefit of packaging functionality, and last but not least, working towards a single market for packaging. So my first question to you is, how can Forever Green and other associations leverage their unique strengths to create a cohesive strategy for sustainable packaging?
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So different ways to do so. Maybe just to set the scene a little bit, also because I think it's interesting when listening to the discussions earlier. A challenge that we see, so Europen represents all packaging materials. So as you can imagine, the concept of collaboration is very important. Also collaborating with all the colleagues sitting here today is something that we try to do as much as possible to align in the sector. I think we've seen over time a different approach being adopted at EU level with regards to legislation. Over time, legislation was always neutral towards technologies, towards materials. We can talk about packaging, but also about many other different products. And the fact that nowadays legislation more and more is prescriptive, mandates or prohibits the use of certain technologies, of certain materials, packaging types, is definitely challenging for the collaboration of the value chain because in a way it prevents this unity and cohesion. And so maybe we can come back to that later. But obviously now talking about our strength, I think we've heard today the level of expertise and experience that there is in the industry, which is amazing. And so from our perspective, it is really important that an alliance like this, but also other associations, try to work as much as possible together, collaborate, share best practices, technicalities as well of the reality in our different sectors, and pull these together. And that will be definitely even more relevant as the work that is ahead of us in the secondary legislation we expect. In the PPWR, we heard the Commission earlier, there's a lot coming up. And so definitely important for us to pull this expertise together to ensure that we can contribute effectively.
Fabulous, thanks. I'd like to turn to you, Matti. So you are the Director General at EPA. I don't know if everyone in the audience knows what EPA stands for. It's the European Paper Packaging Alliance. Yeah? It's a nonprofit organization speaking specifically for food and food service packaging companies. Same kind of question to you. How do you think that Forever Green and EPA can perhaps also leverage their unique strengths and work together on sustainable packaging?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. I think cooperation is very important, and we are doing it very closely. We have, of course, packaging-specified associations. We are for food and food service packaging, beverage carton. And when it comes to, for example, design for recycling guidelines, we have the specific knowledge on specific packaging type and on that design for recycling. So we are internally now preparing food and food service packaging guidelines, but of course the main fiber packaging knowledge is on Forever Green. So we have to make sure that when we are doing the work, it's easy to be adapted by Forever Green. We have to consult each other so that we have the best knowledge there. And as we heard in the previous panel, it's now SEN has been given the mandate by the European Commission to work on the secondary legislation on this. So, of course, then we have to leverage the work towards the SEN, and I think that's the best to do together, associations, Fiber Packaging Europe and Forever Green, and coordinate very closely. We have the knowledge, SEN has, of course, the mandate, and we have to give as comprehensive and workable package for the Commission to get it as possible.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So I'm going to come to you next, Annick. I think that's a key word that you mentioned with the SEN and secondary legislation and so on. Annick, thank you for joining. You are the Director General of ACE. ACE is the Alliance for Beverage Cartons and the Environment. And you explained to me that the goal of ACE is to represent its members towards institutions and stakeholders generally by providing information and advocacy. Yeah? And that associations are there to be the middleman between the regulatory world and the industry.
Absolutely. I can only confirm that if I said it, of course. No, but indeed, and I'd like to rebound on what was said. We face many challenges. We face technical challenges, but we face societal challenges as well. We see that, on the technical side, we've been discussing that the whole afternoon, and Forever Green is about that. But there's also kind of a market challenges in terms of collection and recycling. Collection for recycling, which does not depend on industry. And we face societal challenges because packaging is seen as superfluous. So altogether, I think that we have more than enough to do. And our challenge will mainly be to say, okay, how can we be complementary? How can we work together to make sure that we build the temple I was mentioning when we spoke? And because it's a real challenge, and I think that requires a lot of alignment. It takes time, it takes a lot of energy, but that's how we can be successful, to deliver the same message, multiplication effect, but also getting the expertise where it is. So yes, associations are there to inform their members, not always aware. Members inform us about the real world out there where they produce things, packaging in essence, and all together then we can bring that expertise to the Commission as well. So yes.
Maybe just to follow up, one other question to you. It's about the components of the recyclability evaluation or recyclability assessment. What's your view on that in terms of the role that can play under PPWR?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's not a big surprise. We knew that by 2030, all packaging would need to be recyclable and or reusable. PPWR confirms that. And the Commission will indeed, through secondary legislation, have to deliver those recyclability criteria, protocols, etc. Using the same work, which is really good news because that means also building on industry expertise. The way we see it is that it needs those recyclability assessment methods, or let's say approaches, need to be realistic, enforceable, robust, and science-based. So that means that in our view, and we are discussing that, speaking about alliance and working together, several of us are part of the Fiber Packaging Europe Alliance, through which we exchange, again, gain intelligence, but also, there's more in two brains than in one, and we come to positions all together. So we're working on what would make sense, and what we see is that the first thing we need, and that has been done partly by Forever Green, is that we need evaluation protocols, and then test labs, methods, so that can really, the different components of packaging can be tested using the evaluation protocol as a basis for the testing, so that it informs the design for recycling guideline, but also those traffic light-based tables. And those tables will be the compliance tables. So if you have a packaging, you meet the compliance tables criteria, etc., then you know your packaging can be put on the market. If you don't, then you need to solve it, you need to fix it. And with that, you don't need to check and test every packaging you put on the market, but you can really say, I do comply with the tables. If I have a novel packaging, I will have to test it. This will also be the basis for the Commission to define those recyclability grading or scoring on the basis of which you can or cannot be put on the market. This is so critical for all of us because the novel element of PPWR is that it's no longer member states that, if they do not comply, will get a little blame from the Commission, but it's economic operators that will be banned from the market. So once again, we'd better solve it together, get a straightforward, robust approach so that it can work for all of us.
Thanks. Ulrich, I'd like to come to you next, if I may. So Ulrich Leberle, thank you, Raw Materials Director from CEPI. CEPI, I think everyone in this audience should know, but that's the Confederation of European Paper Industries. And I think among CEPI's key aims are to secure the competitiveness, right, of pulp and paper industries towards the EU policymakers. represent the paper industry with EU institutions, and to be the example of how competitiveness and sustainability can go hand in hand. Something I really like. The question to you, building on what Annick has already said now a little bit, is are there sustainability practices from other industries, in your view, that the fiber-based packaging sector could maybe even adopt to improve our own processes?
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I think we have indeed a beautiful sustainability story in paper. And we have been reaching high recycling rates. Eurostat published the 83.2% recycling rate for paper-based packaging in 2022. So we are on track. Also in the fields of energy, I think the sector has been reducing CO2 emissions like no other sector in Europe. So we have a fantastic story, but what is clear is that we need to learn also from other how to frame it in a way that it is then ready-made available for the policymaker to take. And I think there, because we talk a lot on standardization today, I think also in the paper industry we have a long tradition in standardization. Everyone knows this format, A4, and we have talked about the EN 643 standard earlier from Guillermo, which is really the basis or the Bible for the recyclers to use paper for recycling and to increase circularity. Where we can learn from others is then to look at the individual product. And I think here, indeed, some say here other sectors, like also in plastics, have an advance because there is already work on plastics going on in CEN for a couple of years under a mandate for plastics. And so that tradition that we have in paper to really use standards to further increase the circularity, that is something where we now urgently need to catch up. We have learned that there is not a lot of time, but I think the processes here have the governance and have this multitude of the whole value chain to really come also with results for that standardization processes. So framing the sustainability benefits that we have in standards that can be used for legislation, I think that is something where there is potential for learning.
Thank you so much. Clearly, I'm going to come to you next, Graham. So, Graham Holder, the managing director of CFlex, and CFlex has a goal to make all materials used in flexible packaging circular and make the systems to make those products circular sustainable, as you explained to me. And similar to Forever Green, you take a value chain approach, but I'd like to get your view on the same question that we asked Ulrich there about, are there any practices that you think, particularly from your experience in plastic, where the fiber-based packaging sector could learn from that?
Is this on? Yep, good. Good afternoon or good evening, and thank you very much for the invitation to join this special event. CFlex is it's a project. It's been running for 8 years now. It's a full value chain collaborative project to work out how to make flexible packaging materials circular. There's 190 plus companies participating to work out how to do this. We started 8 years ago with the basic question is, what is circular and what does it look like? Today, we have a very good idea of what the circular economy looks like and what's needed to actually implement it. And we've taken the first small steps to making that happen for flexible packaging materials, some of which include paper or purely paper. Some of them are paper plastic laminates, some were aluminium foil with paper or with plastic. So, I mean, we are material neutral. And we think that our vision, which we've had to create for the circular economy is one that can work for all the materials. And it's what we call the demand-driven circular economy model. You need to know what's going on to the market, because that's what's coming back from the market. Flexible packaging, that's very, very difficult, because you need it by the types of plastic and the types of structures that are going on the market. Once you understand that, then you say, well, how do who's going to use these materials when they come back? So who's going to demand those kinds of materials? So is it going back into film? Is it going back into rigid? Because flexible packaging plastics go back into rigids. So you need to have the end market demand model clearly imprinted on your mind. How much needs to go back into food contact? Does it make sense to take it back into food contact if you can sell it into a construction or an agri area? So once you've got the end market model firmly fixed, then you can say, well, now I know how to recycle it. I know what kind of capacities of recycling that I need. And once you've got the balance between chemical, advanced, standard mechanical practices, then you can say, well, I need to feed the material to them, so what kind of sorters do I need? And then the next question is, well, how do I collect all the materials and feed it into the sorting? So that's the demand-driven bit of it. But there's 4 key enablers that we believe are important to all of these industries. The one is design for recycling, and I mean that's been front of mind here today. The second one is extended producer responsibility systems and the PROs which operate it, because without them, nothing is going to happen. We need them to help us deliver the packaging waste targets, which for flexible packaging, we think the 55% recycling rate is as close to circularity as we're going to get. So EPRs are absolutely key, and quite frankly, they're not up to scratch today in terms of delivering what we need them to deliver. The third one we have, it's called the legislation. We have the level playing field, the package waste regulation. Fantastic news. This is going to enable EPRs to be a lot more effective than they were. And the fourth one is about everybody working to the same model, going in the same direction. And that's through communication and metrics. So in terms of what we can learn from other industries, I would like to say that that model of what the circular economy looks like and how it works is something that we all need to get behind, because it doesn't only work for flexible packaging, it can work for all materials. And in fact, it is working for all materials today.
Something I didn't prep you for, but were there any mistakes you guys made along the way that you would suggest that we avoid? Because you have double the time in terms of building your alliance.
I don't know whether we've made mistakes. We've maybe done slight detours which were unnecessary. But it's about discovering how you're going to do this and what are the various pieces of the puzzle. And then how do you backfill them? I mean, we have design guidelines which we're only now backfilling with the facts, the science-based testing that says, well, these materials at this threshold becomes an issue. And we discovered we weren't the only ones who didn't have that information. So we've had to backfill with a lot of data. And we're incredibly data rich at this after 8 years, to the extent where we are sharing this data with the SEN, with the JRC, because we need it used, and we are going to use that data in the discussions we have with EPR systems. So I think the big realization, the big penny that dropped, is the importance of EPR, and in terms of a clear brief and mandate for EPR systems to do what we need them to do to be allowed to place our packaging on the market into the future.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's a good key word. I'm looking back to Severine now, thinking about the fact that you have a view, of course, across all packaging materials again. And do you have any recommendations for specific strategies for fiber-based packaging to promote fiber-based products on the marketplace more effectively? Also thinking about those evolving legislations coming down and coming towards us.
Yes. So obviously what I'm going to say is not only applicable to fiber-based packaging, but all packaging types at large. I think maybe the first thing is to really put a highlight on the great work that's been done in the industry. I think we see a lot of innovations being done, like despite legislation, a lot of research and time goes into the perfect packaging for each product, and obviously there's a great diversity of products and therefore of packaging. We've heard that before. And so to underline all the efforts that are going in there and to make sure that legislation follows in the way that it doesn't prescribe all these innovations to continue being done. I mean, we've heard a lot about recyclability today. I think that was one of the key points that were being discussed across the panels and discussions. Obviously, the industry, beyond the innovations that are being done, has a big deadline coming up, 2030, to be effectively recyclable by design. And then obviously there will be a follow-up obligation of recycling at scale, but the PPWR will also introduce minimization requirements, reuse, recycled content, so on and so forth. I'm not going to list all of them. And it's important to remind really that there's still a pending concern that we can come up with the perfect packaging, and that's really the responsibility of industry to work as much as possible on eco-design. If there's not a collective system that follows and a collective efforts to make sure that those packaging are collected, that we retain those precious materials, that we recycle them, that we reuse them, then all the investments and great innovations that are being done essentially could go to waste. So yeah, I think I'm going a bit beyond the scope of your question, but I think we still have a lot of hope for what's to come, not only via PPWR, but the Commission President announced a few deliverables to come in this political term, in particular the Clean Industrial Deal that will look at different elements like energy cost, amongst other things, the Circular Economy Act that will look to establish a true market for secondary raw materials. So great opportunities here to improve waste management. I mean, Graham was mentioning that with EPR systems today, we're not really there yet. So still a lot of work to be done and great opportunities ahead. And as we do this, of course, I'm sure fiber-based packaging and all other type of packaging will have great opportunities ahead to continue and become even more circular and improve with time.
Thanks. Matti, I'm going to come back to you because when we talked about this before the event as well, you were also telling me that you thought that as fiber-based packaging, we maybe need to be a little bit more vocal about the benefits, about even the function of the packaging that provides, what packaging provides to the market.
Yes, I comment that and then a few other comments that has come up here. What is also, when we talk about the cooperation between associations and Forever Green, it's good to remember that Forever Green has like technical capacity, and of course your members have a huge technical capacity. And the associations, we have a strong mandate for advocacy. That's why it's also very important to work together. Tomorrow, for example, Fiber Packaging Europe, we are meeting DG Envy and bringing the message, and we need the scientific background that comes from Forever Green. So it's very important. Cooperative level as well. When it comes to your question, yes, I do think that even though during the PPWR, of course, we brought very actively the benefits of the packaging, that every packaging has a function. There is nobody does packaging just for fun. It's always made for a purpose. And I think this is still very important when we talk about the next stages of implementing the PPWR. And we have to be kind of very vocal also for the disinformation. We still hear so often that about the deforestation, which we know that reality is not in Europe, but yet it comes very often in the discussion, that mentioning of deforestation. So we have to remind people, the new decision makers, consumers, that what the reality is, and it's part of our advocacy mandate as well. I do believe that fiber-based packaging has a bright future. We are in a good path for reducing, replacing plastic in many packaging formats. So I do believe that there is a positive growth for the industry in the future, but we have to be also aware of the criticism and kind of negative voices, and also remember to bring the benefits of our industry and debunk that misinformation. And last comment, we have now talked, of course, about, Serin reminded about the topic. So we have discussed today about the recycling a lot, and Annik mentioned during the previous panel that it's very important. We have now discussed a lot about the recycling guidelines, but as important is labeling, harmonized labeling around Europe, because everything starts from that. It has to be very easy for consumer to recycle and the sorting part. Unfortunately, on the PPWR, we didn't get the collection. We tried with the mandatory collection target. We tried Foreca, beverage carton, talked about mandatory collection. Unfortunately, Commission didn't want to give that kind of burden for member states. But I do believe that now when we have the Circular Economy Act coming, maybe that would be again time to raise the topic when we build the secondary raw material market, single market. Collection has a significant role on that, so maybe we should use the same justification and bring it on the agenda again. At least try, because we can have labeling, we can have proper recycling, but if we don't collect properly, it's not truly recycled.
Thank you. So I have one last question that I'm going to put to several of our panelists, or most of them now, as we close up the discussion today. But looking ahead, I'm looking at you now, Annik. First, how do you think the role of fiber-based packaging will evolve? If we think particularly around sustainability, also the evolving regulatory landscape and so on, what do you see coming?
No, I said already, I think that fiber-based packaging has a lot of assets, but we cannot rely on them and just wait and see. Maybe we've done that too much in the past. It was just this good gut feeling that, you know, it comes from the forest, it's good. We've seen recently that that doesn't work. So we need to have a vision of what we do, our place in society. Packaging is not seen as essential, despite the fact that it has an essential role. So we need to place ourselves in that perspective of what is it we bring to society and how can we bring it with the least impact possible on all the other ecosystems. We have the great chance of having a very low greenhouse gas impact. That's one, but we need to anticipate also the challenges. There are opportunities, bio-based economy, also on the agenda of the Commission, but there's also, of course, forest use, land use, impact on agriculture, etc., etc. We need to anticipate those challenges together, have the answers, fix anything that needs to be fixed, so that we have the vision, the answers, and we act together. Then it goes through communication, advocacy, and the technical work, hand in hand. But first we need to agree on the vision we have and how we will contribute to that society. So I think that's critical. Of course, as I said, we have those technical challenges. We tend to say when we lobby, it all starts with collection, you know. And the elephant in the room is the consumer. And you know, we speak about all working together as an industry, also with authorities, recyclers, etc. We also need to find ways to have a better connection to our consumers. Because if there is littering, it's because of consumers. And I'm one of them. And I'm not littering, of course, but you know what I mean. And so sorting is also consumers. So yes, labeling may be an option and a good one in my view that we need to discuss. And before the Commission and GRC, it's a good example, comes up with a solution on labeling, let's discuss, let's agree, let's align, and let's go and sell that. Hope that's enough.
Perfect. Looking at you, Graham, I know that I'm not going to ask you about the future of fiber-based packaging, but maybe how do you see the role of packaging evolving in the next decade or to 2030 at the very least? Yeah.
I just want to build on the previous two remarks, because I think packaging has been demonized. It's a low-hanging fruit. Politicians can talk to the people who elect them, because everybody uses packaging. I'm sure all of you, when you mention around the dinner table with friends that you work in the packaging industry, whoa, you're inundated with, what is this? How does this work? Where do I throw this one? It gets old very quickly. And I think we need to change the discussion that we have, that packaging as an industry has with the consumer. It should not be top of their agenda in terms of discussion points around the dinner table. They should just know that this is managed by the industry. And to do that, we have to pull together and make it so that it is managed by industry. It has to be obvious which bin to throw it in, or just put it in one bin and we'll sort it out if you aren't any good at it. It's something that we have to get them to move further than what Anik was suggesting, and seeing packaging as an enabler of the lifestyles that we live today. We have to remind people that without the packaging that we use, and including plastic in this, as you'll all have noticed during the pandemic, is how much plastic we all use, our lifestyles would not be possible. And I don't think that the plastics industry can undo the damage that's been done by itself. I think we're going to need the whole combined voice of the packaging value chain to change this dialogue that we have, firstly with the politicians, and hopefully the packaging and packaging waste regulation will put an end to that, because that is the end game. But with consumers, so that consumers start talking positively about packaging and not just the negativities. That includes, means we have to sort out some of the litter issues, which are not a big thing in Europe, but are in other parts of the world. It means we have to sort out that these materials come back into the economy and are reused by the economy in as far as that they can be. So I would like to promote a much more positive discussion on packaging and a much more positive image of packaging with consumers, and that goes across the whole board, irrespective of the materials.
Okay, maybe coming to you then, Ulrich, also on this, in terms of your view as from the CEPI side of things. And I just want to make one quick note that I forgot to mention before. For those that haven't been with Forever Green since the very beginning, Forever Green was actually initially launched or initiated from CEPI. CEPI is our host organization. I think that sometimes people don't really know that, especially newer members that have come to join Forever Green. But how do you see the role of fiber-based packaging evolving in the next decade, from your perspective?
Yeah, I would agree with previous speakers that I think we would have a good future in front of us, and we have also the regulatory framework. You talked about an end game on recyclability, so with the PPWR. But also other legislations, I think, will be supportive of fiber-based packaging. We have because there is still this target to empower the consumer, so that the consumer can compare and do the right choices, and therefore I think the initiatives on sustainable products, the initiatives on green claims, I think they will be supportive, of course, if they play out in the right way, and to make sure that they play out in the right way, I think it's really important to cooperate, which is the theme of this panel, and to avoid, of course, the situations we heard a bit from the colleagues that were working for the Belgian presidency and Mrs. Ries's office, who were telling about those thousands or millions of emails. And I think with fiber packaging Europe, I think we have avoided those millions of emails. So we have aligned as fiber packaging Europe. I think we have demonstrated that there is not only reuse, the silver bullet to solve packaging issues, but that recycling and recyclability are at the same level, contributing. And I think with Forever Green, and indeed you mentioned that is another coalition where we have started to work on the technical issues related to recyclability to reach the 90%, so exceeding legal targets that the member states will have. And yeah, we have started with a series of workshops back in 2019, and look what it is today. So I think it's a fantastic example of how corporations can come to fruition. I think we should cultivate that further. I think also with FPE, now there has been decisions about the association programs, but also specifically with FPE and the strong advocacy mandate that we have, that Matti mentioned. I think we need to have really a good connection between the technical work from Forever Green that is put into the standardization process, and then accompanied with FPE advocating towards JRC and the Commission, so that we can repeat the successes that we had. I think also the deforestation regulation, if those last inconsistencies can be worked out, can be actually a benefit for our sector to really put also some sort of an end to those discussions where basically there are misconceptions about how forests are using other land that could be used better. So we have more an extensive use of land. So I think also here we created Green Source, another coalition to work on the communication. So I think really now, of course, we've started with different coalitions for certain purposes, but now with FPE and Forever Green, I think we have a lot of chance if we put them closer together, so that we can really have the co-benefits from the work from Forever Green on the technical issues to bring those deliverables in the standardization process and the advocacy from the associations. And I also have some ideas that I would like to test in Workstream 5 soon. And thanks a lot for being part of this panel today, Susan.
Thank you. Severine, I think I missed you in the last question. Any final thoughts you would like to add in terms of the long-term outlook, maybe for the packaging sector in general, but anything specific also on fiber-based packaging?
Well, there's a lot, I guess. Yeah, any long-term thoughts? I think there are different things. Maybe also to echo what was said. I mean, clearly we do as much as we can in terms of collaboration. I think we generally do our best, but clearly hearing Mr. Mansari earlier, there's something that we still don't do so right. So probably, yeah, it will really be an important task for us in the coming years to continue coordinating as much as possible to send a unified message to the decision maker. Of course, there are specificities to each packaging material, packaging type that we have to continue discussing. But if we can send a strong message, I think that will be really helpful. The Commission having as well such a big task on their desk in such a short timing will need the help of the industry to bring that expertise and very clear and straightforward messages. So I think that should remain our priority, and obviously continue to explain the key functionalities of packaging will also probably remain crucial in the coming years.
Thank you so much. So that brings me to the end of the questions to the panelists. Thank you all very much for sharing your insights and your views and guidance about how you have managed some other challenges as well in the past. I think we've heard very clearly there's a very big willingness to collaborate across different industry associations and different sectors even. And I just wanted to mention for those that weren't here this morning, Forever Green had the new associate membership category that was proposed has been voted upon and approved by I think 92% of our membership. So that means that's a way of us as Forever Green trying to stay agile and adapt and enable closer collaboration with other associations, giving them a possibility to also engage directly as an associate member of Forever Green. So I think that's a very positive step forward as well in terms of bringing that whole value chain together as we work towards more sustainable packaging and paper solutions. So with that, I think we have time for a couple of questions, if there are any questions from the audience.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the panel discussion. Joke Veramme, Vos Plus, Belgian EPR company. I hear everyone saying today, and this panel discussion especially, an important role for the EPR companies in Europe. I agree. I think the collection and the sorting is key. But I want to say to everyone here that we have our limitations, and it's not the EPR company that decides everything. So we are limited on several factors, and we have been working with Forever Green for the past years, and we want to act and harmonize, but it's not always as easy as this has been a more theoretical exercise, and we are looking to implement solutions for these types of packaging. But when we talk to several of our partners, it's not that easy. But we are working towards solutions, and we ask everyone also here in the room to contact us if there are practical solutions in place. But I think it's important to say that the EPR organizations need everyone in the chain, and we are not the ones who can decide everything. We have our limitations. So I think it's important to know how EPRs work. And I think next week there's a webinar from Forever Green, and Expra will say a little word. So maybe that will be come in handy.
Thank you for the plug for the webinar. You can find all the information about that on our website, but yes, absolutely. I think we had another question.
Good afternoon. I'm Afsane Nabifa from BSF. So we are part of Forever Green, and we are part of CFlex. I think Graham just lightly touched on these flexible packaging applications that are a combination of plastic and paper with sometimes 50-50 or 60-40 or quite, let's say, equal amounts of both material. So I'm just curious if there are any plans of collaboration between the two initiatives to look how to deal with such types of packaging. So that's one question. The other question also is regarding the digital product passport. So I know that this is not a big topic at the moment, but it is going to come for packaging. And is this something that such cross-value chain initiatives like Forever Green and CFlex are going to look or put in their future plans?
I'd put the first question to Graham, and the second one perhaps to Ulrich can comment on. Yeah.
Thanks, Apsana. It's the collaboration is absolutely essential. We have regular discussions with Forever Green and are collaborating in the area of design guidelines. I think all of us need to focus on the low-hanging fruit or the easy wins first, which is the big material sectors and for flexible packaging and CFlex. We've had to focus on the PE and the PP and the multi-layers because those just are simply the biggest materials that need to be sorted. But we haven't forgotten about the paper-based flexible packaging combinations, and we have over several years been talking with Forever Green and working together on design guidelines and doing testing associated with those materials. So it's coming, and we have been asked to provide feedback on the design guidelines. So I mean, it's below the surface; it's not seen. But it is very important that these collaborative initiatives are going forward. Coming back to the question about EPR, if I may, thank you very much. FOSS+ is one of the shining lights in terms of EPR standards out there. Has FOSS+ got it all correct? Probably not, for the very good reasons that FOSS+ representative there explained. They don't have the full control of the system. Municipalities decide how things get collected and what gets collected. And at the end of the day, the legislation puts the producers in the responsibility seat for these initiatives. We have chosen to just pay our way in the past, but to meet the PPWR targets, particularly for plastic packaging, we're going to have to do a lot more. We're going to have to prescribe not only to the EPR systems what has to be realized to allow these materials to be continually placed on the market, but we're also going to have to prescribe to the municipalities and have the backing of the European Commission to say, well, we gave you the responsibility, so you have a right in deciding how these materials get collected, sorted, and recycled. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be paying for them. So it's a work in progress. We've gotten to this position, but I'm assuming that the other material sectors are either already there or close on our heels. But we need to change the dialogue that the brand owners and retailers have with the EPR systems, and that the recyclers, collectors and sorters have with the EPR systems, because we need the EPR systems to actually conduct this orchestra. They need to have all the controls that they need to be able to do what's being asked of them. And I think that's where we can all collaborate to make this a reality.
Thanks. Maybe, I think, Severin, you didn't want to say, but the question on, did you want to comment on EPR or the question on the digital product passports? EPR, go ahead.
No, just to echo and complement. So I would agree that indeed, maybe non-popular opinion, but there is a responsibility of industry in the sense that it's often the same companies, in any case, being part of the EPR systems across member states. And we see so many different models across the EU. So I think, and I know it is done already today, partially, there's really a benefit to share best practices and look at those models that are really well performing to see what lessons learned can be taken from it. And obviously there's also a role of the legislator. I think we were quite disappointed to see that when the Commission initiated the review of the Waste Framework Directive, they only focused on two specific waste streams, probably because of a lack of time, so textiles and food waste. And we thought, well, it would have been really a great opportunity to look into EPR, into the minimum requirements, and see if there's anything that we can do to improve things. And so on that note, maybe there is more to come in this mandate to see how we can strengthen and perhaps to some extent, I know not everybody likes this word, but to harmonize the way we do things with EPR systems.
Great. Maybe the last one, I look to you, Ulrich, because I know that you, SEPI, sent out recently an invitation to a webinar on ESPR and product passports and what that might mean for packaging in the future. So perhaps you want to comment there.
Yeah. So just a quick one on that. So indeed, so as we are advertising webinars, so there will be another one on ESPR. Product passport, environmental product passport. I think it has been higher and lower on the Commission's agenda. I think now it's gaining momentum again. I think as we are talking here on circularity. I think it is a benefit for the industry to know at the end of the circle or somewhere in the circle what's been put in the products there. So I'm not so sure after the hearing yesterday how much the Commission will put emphasis on this in the next term, but it's definitely something that is high on our agenda, and there will be a webinar, but I don't have the date now on the top of my head. Coming soon, and we can distribute it through Forever Green. Maybe we can have one more point also on EPR. I think the reason why paper recycling is a success story since a long time is that it worked in a market. It's a market-based system where you have a strong demand for paper for recycling locally in Europe, and even there's a global demand for it, and therefore it is working and has reached high rates. Now EPR, I think what needs to be is important is that EPR accompanies this market-based approach to recycling rather than preventing a market-based approach. I think that is important, and so things like net cost are really important, so that if you have materials, and that is the idea, of course, to link it to recyclability, if you have materials that are recyclable and that meet a strong market demand, they are then pay less than those that need some more support to get to a market. And indeed, the Belgian system is one I think our members would also agree of the good ones, because there's also separation between household and industrial and commercial packaging, and so we are aware that it's not. Of course, you operate under a legal framework, and so it's not all in your hand. But indeed, there are good and better examples in EPR, and definitely something where, but still, this point. There's this market dimension that needs to be maintained, so that the circularity is not a subsidy-based system, but it's really meeting a market.
Fabulous. I think that brings us to the end. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you so much to the panelists. Please stay where you are. We're going to move right on with our next session now. So let everyone take a step down, and they're going to move some tables out in front of me. Please stay in your seats. We will move immediately on to the awards section. So a very nice moment where we're going to celebrate success stories in the sector. The table's going to be moved. So as per last year, we're going to give out awards. This time it's going to be to 3 different categories. I'll just ask everyone to take their seats again. We're moving on with the sessions. I don't mind you talking over me, but it'll be nice when we get the people up that we're paying attention. If I can ask everyone to take their seats again, thank you. Please, if we can sit down, thank you. Yeah, we'll move on. Thank you so much, sorry. Yeah, okay, so there was a 4-person jury to select the awards, one of whom was the program director of Forever Green, Susanna Haase, who's going to be up here on stage to give out the awards with me. Now, the way this is going to work, I'll talk you through the categories, and then we will invite our winners up to the stage. They will then present the product or the project that they were working on. It's a moment to recognize circularity success stories for this year. The 3 categories are fibre-based packaging products designed for circularity. Number 2 was product or project that enables effective collection and sorting. And the third one is product or project that enhances recycling processes. Okay, so we had a number of different submissions. The criteria by the 4-panel judge panel was the impact and use of Forever Green's tools. Makes sense when we're giving a Forever Green award out. And the winner, drum roll, for the first category, fibre-based packaging products designed for circularity, is Mondi's protective mailer product. And to come and receive the award, we are going to have Maria Ley, Susan Brunner, and who might not still be here, and Leon Unique, who's actually from Amazon, who was part of this project. So a big round of applause, please, for the 3 of them. There we go. Please come up, and Suzanne will hand the award. Big round of applause. Yeah, congratulations. And Maria, you're going to, oh, yeah, quick photo. There we go. Cheers. And if you take the podium, the clicker's on there. So Maria's going to give us a presentation of the project and what happened. Wonderful. We will stay. Yeah.
Oh, hello. Okay, now it's working. Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very proud to be here and to be on stage to receive this Forever Green Award and to present Mondi, as well as give you some insights to the protective mailer and the development of it. My name is Maria Lai, and I'm a Mondi Global Key Account Manager and working for the group e-commerce team. And for that, not only dedicated to work with our big e-commerce accounts on a daily basis, but I was also part of the protective mailer project team, so deeply involved in all the development steps. And I'm happy to share some insights. Good. And before I start to talk about the protective mailer, I'm happy to share some insights about Mondi first. So next to me, there are 22,000 people working in more than 30 countries and across 3 business streams in over 100 sites for a more sustainable future every day. So with our 3 business units, flexible packaging, uncoated fine paper and corrugated packaging, we have a total revenue of 7.3 billion euros, started by the biggest business unit, flexible packaging, which includes kraft paper, our segment with the strongest paper in the world, then followed by consumer flexibles, our plastic division, as well as flexible paper and films and paper bags. Opposite to that, we have our smallest business unit, which is uncoated fine paper, and all of you might know them from the copy paper that you maybe still use. Corrugated packaging is a business stream which combines containerboard and corrugated solutions. And corrugated solutions started to work with e-commerce already 10 years ago. And we call ourselves the home of e-commerce. So why do we do that? First of all, we say that we offer a one-stop shop to our customers. That means from the paper to the cardboard, to the box and to the bag, we can offer everything together, and we work cross-business unit to fulfill the demand of our customers. And the second big step why we say, hey, yes, we are the home of e-commerce, is our innovation part. So the protective mailer is a new innovative product. And we developed this together with Amazon as our biggest e-commerce customer. But even before that, innovation as a core value brought us to a lot of products together with our customers. So for example, the M-envelope we did first, and that time it was also an innovation. We started with a product, then the automated M-envelope packaging line was created, and we also, following the needs and the demands of our customers, featured the mailer bags with specific e-commerce features. And where do we do this? So we have specific innovation hubs, our customer experience center in Steinfeld, as well as our Think Box with the ISTA Lab in Bupak, where we invite our customers for workshop to step outside the daily business and really create new products together. And why do we do this? Or how do we see that? It's not only innovation, it's also sustainability. And for sustainability, we tackle the 2 big challenges that especially the e-commerce customers, but I think all of us are facing. We want to reduce plastic, and we want to switch from cardboard to more flexible packaging. And with that, we made the challenge of our customers our challenge. And making our customers' challenge to our challenge, we are creating a solution to offer them the product that they need to fulfill all their demands. And our solution is called the protective mailer. I'm very happy that Leon from Sustainable Packaging team from Amazon is here, and he can confirm the development of the protective mailer was a bumpy ride. And I'm more than happy to share some insights with you. What was the biggest problem? The protective mailer is not a corrugated box, and it's also not a paper bag. So what is it? It's something in between. So we really had to work together and to bring together our experts from the corrugated packaging, as well as from our mailer bags colleague, the paper bag segment. We included the experts from craft paper and, of course, the knowledge from our customer side. So all in all, we worked together, we collaborated, we had a lot of meetings and workshops in our ISTA lab to test, does the solution really fulfill Amazon demands, for example, in protection of the goods? And overall, we collaborated together and we made it. And to use Amazon words, we worked hard, we played hard, and we had a lot of fun. We overcome all the challenges, and we created the protective mailer as our solution for the e-commerce market. And the protective mailer was not only an innovation, but also always with the focus on sustainability. Because when we create a new pack type, this needs to be better than before. So we created a sustainable solution because the protective mailer is less material than a cardboard box. You can easily put it to the paper bin, means it goes to the circular economy, and it's a reduction of material. So with that, let me just click. With that, a lot of benefits go along, and I'm very happy to present and to close with the words and the benefits of the protective mailer. It's a product that it's fit for future. It's fit for size, as you have different sizes for the individual products. It gives some carbon reduction in comparison to a cardboard box. It has optimized the efficiency of the logistic and the whole supply chain. It avoids filling materials, and it's less material. So all in all, the protective mailer is our solution for the demand of the e-commerce market and a more sustainable solution for the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you for presenting that, and a huge congratulations on winning the award. That's wonderful. Yeah, winning category 1. Okay, we're going to move straight on to category 2, which is for a product or project that enables effective collection and sorting. And of the submissions, the one that was selected by the jury was Avery Dennison's AD Circular Project. And Galina Vinzen is going to come up and collect this award. Please, a round of applause. No, it's okay, please. Struggling to get through the chairs. There we go. A round of applause again. Congratulations. And Galina is also going to present for us. I don't know if the clicker was still there. You can. It's okay. You can use the podium if you'd like, Galina. Please, the microphones will work for you. Yeah.
Back towards the audience. And I do need to look at my notes a little bit. Okay. Clickers here.
The microphones in front of you will work.
Oh, this one will, does this work better than?
You can, yeah, you can just speak into them.
Okay, now that we've got this sorted, I'd first of all like to thank the Forever Green team for organizing the success stories. It is, a really huge honor, and we feel very humbled that we won in the category of guidance on improved collection and sorting. And it's overall been very exciting and inspiring to be here today and to continuously see everyone coming together to jointly connect on how we can even further increase the circularity of fiber-based packaging. So thanks so much for having us to begin with. And then I'd like to take the next few minutes just to guide you through what the 80 Circular program really is about and why we saw a need for it in the first place. And I'd like to start by doing that by giving you a little bit of background information on the current situation in Europe when it comes to the liner breakdown. Because did you know that there's currently a volume of over 550,000 tons of liners circulating in Europe? And 90% of that is made up by paper liner. Speaking about paper liner, we're speaking about siliconized paper, which is mainly glassine, but also CCK. And 10% of that is PET liner. So if you have a look here at the images, what you see on the left is an example of yellow and white glassine liner once it has been applied, and then it's being rewound back on the roll after the application. And just for reference, on the right here, you see an image of what the PET liner looks like. As not everyone here is in the label industry, I also have a little example just for you to see what really is the liner that we're speaking about. So if you take like a usual label that you might see on your wine bottle, before it is being applied, it always has the siliconized paper or PET liner to protect it from stickiness before the indicated application. So if you take this off, this is what's left, and this is what you see rewound back here in the left. And now, just to understand this huge amount of volume a little bit better, because 550,000 tons, like I can't even picture that. If we're looking at 1 square meter of liner, we're looking at approximately 42 grams. A huge elephant in comparison is 6 tons. So that means that all of the glassine liner, which was 90% of the total volume, would be 82,500 elephants. It would be the same weight. But I still find that quite difficult to visualize because it's still a huge number. So if you now imagine all of these elephants stacked on top of each other, they would be higher than 28 times of the Mount Everest. So it really, really, really is such a huge amount of liner that we're talking about. And the big challenge that we're facing is that currently 70% of it is going to landfill incineration, which is a huge problem because the quality of the fibers in the paper liner has really huge potential to be used as a raw resource and could be a raw material that could prevent the need for making virgin materials. But unfortunately, standard waste management streams are currently not equipped to do the sorting, to send the liner to equip recyclers who can then handle the silicon layer. Because to handle the silicon layer, you need a special recycling process, such as, for example, a deflotation process, in which the silicon layer is being removed from the pulp, and you then have a clean pulp again that you can use to make raw materials. Which is why we at AB Dennison saw a need to increase these recycling rates. So in order to do that, we did found our 80 Circular Liner Recycling Program, which we officially founded in 2021. We did trial it for 1 or 2 years before that in 2 different countries, just because that's a completely new industry for us, because where we usually sit in the supply chain as a PSL provider and manufacturer is between paper manufacturers and converters. And here our audience are brand owners who apply the label to their products. So we had to learn a little bit, and then once we understood the market better, we became active in 12 different countries, which we currently still are in Europe. And by now, this really became a key initiative to support our 2030 goals at Avery Dennison, which are driving innovation in the circular economy, as well as reducing environmental impact by avoiding waste and therefore also saving greenhouse gas emissions. This also is aligned with Forever Green's target of making sure that all the paper is recycled according to the EN 643 standard. Now, but how does this work in our day-to-day environment? So we developed an online program for the 80 Circular program where brand owners can sign up online, and then based on the volume that they have on liners that they are ready for us to collect, we send them cardboard boxes. And then once they've filled up the cardboard boxes, they can also use the online platform to order a collection of the material. Once that is done, we send the truck and we make sure that we choose a designated liner recycler that is able to handle the silicon based on the location that is closest to the brand. Currently, we're working with 7 different recyclers in Europe, so we really want to focus on increasing transport efficiency, also from an emission savings perspective. The pulp that is being, the pulp from the liner that we provide to the recyclers can be used for different products. It can go back to label material, which is what we're really aiming for to close the loop, but also other high-quality paper products. And then on an annual basis, based on the volumes that we've collected from each brand individually, we issue a certification stating the total emissions saved based on a calculation that was provided by an LCA database and the information we receive from our recyclers, just to make it really feasible on how we don't only support our own sustainability goals with that, but also the sustainability goals of the brands. And with that, I can also summarize on why this works, because we've been doing this for the last 3 years officially in all the 12 countries now, and we've really seen a huge growth. It is because we do make it so simple and easy, like we do handle the entire process when it comes to paperwork, when it comes to providing proof of the final recycled material to the brands, and of course organizing the whole transport. This, as just mentioned, supports our sustainability goals, but also the sustainability goals of the brands. So we have one example here of a winery, Felix Solis. The people from the Netherlands might know them because you do see them in Albert Heijn quite often. And they've been with us from the beginning, and they manage on an annual basis to have a CO2 emission savings of 391 tons. So that is a really nice example of how we are working towards our joint goals. Then we are also putting a lot of importance on being fully transparent. So via the online platform, customers can check at any time where their waste currently is, which is very relevant when it comes to European regulation, but also country-wise regulations, because it is currently can still differ per country. And with that, we're also making sure that, all brands and all partners involved are meeting all regulations currently in place, and we're having a legal team dedicated to monitoring any changes as, we designated the day earlier for it. There is a lot happening right now. And with that, we are putting special focus on removing barriers as well. So we don't only want to focus on the large volumes, but we also want to include smaller brands. So we have a warehousing network set up across Europe so that we can already come out for very small volumes, starting from 3 tons, to make sure that we're really inclusive with our program. And just to sum it up now, if you are interested in understanding a little bit more on how that can work for each brand individually, we've been working together with a few of our customers to share their story as well. I won't go into detail about all of them now, but if you have a look to the link later, I'm not sure if that slide deck will be shared, or otherwise if you just Google 80 Circular liner recycling, you will come, our website will pop up, and then you can find an overview of all of our internal success stories that we have with our customers. And I think with that, I came to an end.
A huge thank you, Galina. remember to take the award, yeah, and thank you so much for presenting it, and big congratulations for winning. Okay, we're going to move now to our third and final category, which was product or project that enhances recycling processes. And the winner for this year is from SAPI, Paper Packs Online Community, and Anna Anyata is going to come up and collect it. Big round of applause. Sorry, let me get out of your way. Photo for the, looking at the camera. Come forward, yeah. Wonderful. And Anna's going to present that for us. Thank you.
All right. So good afternoon, almost evening. I'm Anna Oñate, entrepreneur at SAPI, and I'm extremely happy and proud to receive this award on behalf of our colleagues. So I'm going to tell you about PaperPack, right? You must be wondering, what is this innovation? Oh, yeah, perfect. So it's exciting times for packaging innovators, right? The world is advancing towards more sustainable packaging. Consumers and customers in general are demanding alternatives to non-renewables that are sustainable, that are also scalable, right? And at SAPI, we are on a mission of co-developing together with the industry innovations that actually smoothen this transition and help us to advance, basically, the transition. We know that also for packaging innovators, it's not an easy task, right? We heard a couple of challenges this morning. We know that performance requirements are higher and higher every day. This leads to a high technical complexity. There's also, of course, long qualification lead times and prototyping. Yeah. Packaging innovators need to as well understand very well the regulations. And in general, what we observe is that there is an overall overflow of information. It makes it difficult to, of course, filter through the relevant information and avoid misleading information. And at the same time, geographies, expanded geographies, make the risk of having siloed knowledge. So this made us think and inspired us. What can we actually do? How can we leverage technology in order to help this transition, in order to smoothen the transition and accelerate it? And that's how a cross-functional team at SAPI got together, starting with the digital transformation team and the customer experience teams. And we started brainstorming what kind of solutions could we actually use in order to leverage this. We embraced agile innovation, involving not only our customers and partners, brand owners, experts in the industry, but also young generation set digital natives that would give us other perspectives, and of course, very, very experienced pulp and paper industry colleagues. And the outcome was PaperPack. So PaperPack is an online community that aims to be the catalyst for the transition towards fiber-based packaging, right? And how do we do this? By connecting professionals in order to facilitate the digital exchange of knowledge, ideas, and inspiration. Professionals join as individuals, so not as companies. And they bring the expertise, of course, of all the value chain, so from brand owners, startups, OEMs, converters, paper experts, distributors, packaging consultants, academia, so a very, very wide. Important to note that since this online community is hosted by SAPI, currently we can only welcome paper experts from SAPI. In the meantime, we have 200 members globally. And now let me show you a little bit more in detail the main features of PaperPack. So first of all, well, as mentioned, it's an online community, so imagine an exclusive niche site where members can go to a directory and actually just look for a particular person or expertise. or go through the event site and have a look at what relevant events can enrich my area of expertise. Or also, by the way, share events that are interesting for the community. There's also a site where they can exchange science-based material, articles, news, very, very reliable, and as well, inspiration. So we encourage members to share success stories, to share any win that they want to use in order to inspire their colleagues. There's a channel for asking for help. Any question can be posted there, and the members will try to answer it. If not, we'll connect them to an expert. There's a mobile app that enables them to also, on the road, check the news or interact with other people. Direct messaging possibilities, and a weekly newsletter wrapping up all the information from the community in their inbox. Now let me walk you through PaperPack so that you can better visualize it from a user perspective. So let's say Marta, a packaging engineer, is developing a new flow wrap, a barrier paper flow wrap, and she's got questions around the recyclability. So she goes into PaperPack, logs into the Ask for Help channel, posts her question, like you would post a question on LinkedIn, but for the exclusive expert community. A couple of hours later, Rob, a recyclability expert, answers Marta's question and redirects her to Forever Green's Design for Recyclability guidelines, and also to an online course. Or now take Nicole, a barrier paper engineer. She is actually looking for enhancing the grease resistance of a paper she's developing. So she goes to PaperPack, goes to the directory, looks for experts in coatings, and finds James, who has attended and posted interesting content, and contacts him directly. So, and even suggests a meetup. James answers Nicole's questions. At the same time, he attends a virtual event where he gathers additional expertise on barrier coating innovations with other paper packers, and also gathers additional inspiration from the Sustainability Awards. Now take Jacob, a packaging conversion specialist in Poland, who is on the road. So he just logs in his mobile, checks the latest news on PaperPack, and also checks for some answers to his questions where he was asking about prototyping, print-on-demand mock-ups for his clients. And remember Marta, the packaging engineer, she actually answers and recommends him to use Pack Mockup for these flexible packaging prototypes. Thea, sustainability manager, wants to move forward with increased recyclability at her company. She goes to PaperPack, scouts through the different events, and joins the ones that are most interesting for her. And almost last, Christopher, a very passionate eco-conscious entrepreneur, goes to PaperPack, meets Sarah from DHL, who is a green sustainability manager, and they decide to co-host together an event in order to promote the CO2 advantages of using fiber-based packaging in transport. And lastly, Laura, an academic and regulations expert, goes to PaperPack to acquire specific PPWR expertise and also to interact with other colleagues on EPR fees in Spain. So this is just to give you a little bit the flavor of what the community could do for you. Of course, these are just professional, well, not just, but they're professional examples, but this can be used to any level. Also, channels can be created separately in order to, for instance, exchange pictures collected over the holidays, which are related to the purpose of the community. These are the features that we've explored so far, but there's additional features that could be used, for example, gamification or courses. But yes, this is where the platform is currently standing. We're growing it and we're ready to scale it up. And I would like to just close by saying that we believe that SAPI and Forever Green's mission align perfectly with each other. No? So the mission to build and perfect a bio-based circular economy. And yeah, thank you very much for this award and for having voted for us. And we believe that Paper Pack will bring the elements to amplify further the great material and the great resources and tools that Forever Green is creating in order to reach more passionate packaging innovators and empower them to change and change the world one pack at a day. Thank you very much. If you would like, lastly to join, you're very welcome to the community. You can scan this QR code. We will also distribute it later with you. So you can fill in your registration and join us. Thank you very much.
A huge round of applause, Anna. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to take the award. Thank you so much. Can we have a collective round of applause for all three winners? Yeah. And Suzanne's just going to make a comment on next year's awards and what we're going to do going forwards. Suzanne.
Thank you, Jack, and hello, everyone. I've spoken to most of you already. I almost lost my voice over the day, but I still want to express my deepest gratitude for all the great submissions for the circular success stories. It's the second year that our members have created this prize for the industry to reflect on projects who pick up the spirit in Forever Green, the spirit of collaboration and innovation. And I'm almost certain that we will have a third edition next year. So everyone who has a project that would fit for the Forever Green Circular Success Stories, please already consider to submit it next year. Thank you.
Big thanks. Yeah. A nice way to end our afternoon with success stories and good news. Wonderful. And congratulations to all the winners. Just finally, we're going to do one final Slido poll. If you've got that on your devices, bring your tab up as well. It's useful for our organisers to just have a bit of feedback on what people are going away from today with. So the question is, I go away from these discussions, and then you can click your multiple choice answer. So if that's something that you can do, we'll leave it up there just for a little bit. Yeah, feel free to just, we're not going to sort of deliver the results of that as we go. I'm just going to take the opportunity to say a huge thanks. I've had a really interesting afternoon. I was in some of the breakout sessions as well, listening to those discussions. It's been fascinating. A huge thank you to our panelists and for having me. It's been a wonderful honor to be here for the event. But to wrap it up, and before we head over to our networking cocktail, I'm going to hand the floor back over to Sarah Price, the Forever Green Chair, who's just going to give us some final comments, and I'll see you all in the area right there for a drink afterwards. Cheers.
Thank you, Jack. Maybe a big round of applause for Jack. You've done a superb job, and you've nearly delivered us on time as well. So thank you very much. I know it wasn't easy with all the movements. But wow, I think it's been a tremendous afternoon. I hope you all agree. Super rich exchange, a very rich program, format, etc. So thank you all for coming. Over the course of the afternoon, well, we've exchanged views on PPWR. You can't stay away from that topic, even if you try. We've had some great debates and deep dives on Forever Green's work areas, especially in our breakout discussions, which were fabulous as well. And then we've unpacked how our industries and our associations can work together to further strengthen the policy framework and the perception of fiber-based packaging, and really work together in a complementary way. And then finally, this last session around, I think we're all leaving feeling inspired and a bit wowed at the motivation that we have in our community for thinking of new solutions and ways to connect or to fill different packaging needs that society has. So great discussions. takeaways, I think I'll keep it simple because there's actually so many, and maybe that's what our cocktail can cover as well. But I think the impact of policy and legislation on industry is extremely far-reaching, as we've seen. And I really appreciated some of the discussions today that really honed in on how we can better input, shape some of these policy transformations, but also support the implementation. And I think that was quite a clear call that we heard as well, that actually they need us to support the implementation and make this a success. In many different discussions, we were kind of reminded of the importance of maintaining a systemic view, a big picture view, and building this collective understanding. And I think that's something that we challenge ourselves to do every day in Forever Green, is not just think about our own company and our own products, but also look around, have this systemic view on what are the challenges, what are the solutions, how do we move things forward, and how do we achieve our collective target. So I think we need to continue that focus and unity there. And of course, importance of harmonization, I think, was an interesting conversation, not only because it's a big topic, it's complex. We heard it's necessary, but we also heard some frank remarks about that it's not going to be achieved overnight. It's going to be incremental steps towards it. And in fact, we're not only talking about harmonization in collection and sorting or on EPR schemes, but we're also talking about even design for recycling guidelines, et cetera. So indeed, there's a lot of different ways to look at that topic and lots of things to work towards. So those were just a few of my takeaways. And I think while we chipped away at some of the complexity, uncertainties, even some of the challenges we face, we've also, I think, been reminded and inspired about the growth, the development, the opportunities and the advantages of fiber-based packaging as a renewable and recyclable material. And I think I leave with, despite all the details and the complexities and the work ahead we have for our industry and for our value chain, I leave feeling quite optimistic that we actually have a fabulous base to work from. And I think, Ulrich, you brought us a new number on today's panel discussion, and the latest from Eurostat 2022 figure, but just released a few weeks ago, and that fiber-based packaging is at 83.2% recycling rate for Europe. So I think that's fabulous. It's just that little step closer to 90%, which I think is wonderful news for Forever Green and its target. So indeed, I think the future is bright as well. So with that, as my kind of closing remarks, there was this reminder of the webinar for Forever Green on the 14th of November. And as mentioned earlier today, if you haven't had a chance to see the latest versions, the Design for Circularity guidelines that were released a few weeks ago, I know there's copies in the room, and as well the guidance for improved collection and sorting will be launched next week on the 14th together with the webinar. So stay tuned for those developments. I think those of us in the room that are Forever Green members have approved this morning quite an ambitious agenda for the year ahead. So our work continues tomorrow, but let's take tonight at least to celebrate and have this time together. And before we do that, I would like to just extend my gratitude and many thanks to all the people that were involved today in making it a success. So especially the wonderful panelists that we had on the stage today, and the presenters in the different breakout groups and the facilitators that led us through the day. Thank you very, very much. As well to the Forever Green Secretariat and the Logos team and the Workstream 5 on communications that have been working tirelessly these last months, organizing and getting this event all organized and so it runs so smoothly for us today. Thank you very much. And together also with the audiovisual team and our hosts here at the Atelier, indeed, I think it's been fairly smooth running, so amazing work. Thank you, everybody. And last but not least, before we can give everyone a big round of applause, thanks to all the participants, both the online community and those in the room. Thank you for making the time to come and to engage, having such open and frank discussions. I think we've all benefited a lot from that exchange. So thank you very, very much. And let's give a big round of applause, and then we can go for cocktail. Super. Thank you.
It's lovely, isn't it?